Agreed.
I was excited to see at least one person that I knew.
Okay, welcome to the study session of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is September 16th, 2025, and we're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South 300 East in Sandy, Utah. And the first item on the agenda is our annual open meetings training. And we do this because it's in state statute, and Dan Harper, General Counsel, will present this.
All right, thank you, President Schill. I'm excited to review the Utah Open and Public Meetings Act with you. You may not know this, but Arnold Schwarzenegger is going to be doing a sequel of one of his favorite films that he ever did. It's going to be called the Kindergarten Copy Making Cop.
I haven't had any jokes.
They're like that. It's exciting times in the Canyon School District. You'll notice that we have a new and improved template for our slides.
Nice.
There, well dressed, I would say. And speaking of well dressed, do you know what?
Matches Tom's sweater.
Lawyers.
Tom is wearing the template.
Yeah, he is. He was going to be my Vanna White. There. But do you know what lawyers wear when they have to go to court? A lawsuit. Of course. All right. Here we go. So, as President Schill said, this is an annual training requirement by statute. And I appreciate President Schill always being on top of this and caring about this, and also for the board. I think we live sadly in a day and age where a lot of people lack trust in their government and government officials. And the Utah Opens and Public Meeting Act is an important part of keeping that trust with them. Because in essence, really, we take our actions openly. We are transparent. So people know what's going on and they can be a part of that process. It ensures deliberations allow for an open and public process. And as we move into some really emotional things like closing schools, I think it becomes even more important that we continue to keep that trust and people know that we are open and transparent and that they are an important part of the process, and that's what the Utah Open and Public Meetings Act is all about. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to kind of review that. So the basic rule is that we want to make the public aware of what the board is doing. So we give 24-hour notice at a minimum. Often it's a lot more than that of what is going on at our meetings. We have the time, date, and location. We post public notices both on our district office the district website. There's also a public notice website that people can sign up for, get emails on, and get all the information. And the board adopts an annual meeting schedule that's posted so people can plan accordingly to be a part of the process. So one of the important things is creating the agenda so people know. So one is providing enough specificity that people know what's being discussed, so they can come and be part of the process and provide public comment to you. Each topic has to be listed separately as an agenda item. And non-agenda topics can be discussed from patrons, but you wouldn't take any action on those. Now, this is probably the most significant aspect of our training and one that you want to perk up for, because this was the biggest change during the legislative session last year. They changed the definition of meeting. And this is great, because it used to be, here's the definition and here are all the things that are not. But now we just have a definition. Here is what a meeting is. Okay? So it is a gathering of a public body with a quorum president that is convened by an individual with authority to convene the public body, following the process provided by law for convening the public body for the express purpose of acting as a public body, to receive public comment about a relevant matter, take action on deliberate or relevant matter. And so now it's no longer, oh, was it a chance social gathering, other things. It's just very clear that a meeting is when you've convened a meeting and you've gone through the process. So it really clarifies there aren't all the exceptions or other things. And I think that's a wonderful change to the act that provides clarity, that it's a much narrower definition that, okay, we are now in a meeting and these other things that are happening on the side, oh, are we now possibly having a meeting? It's much more clear. So appreciate the legislators clarifying that. And I think that's a great revision to the act. We can have electronic meetings. They're allowed for in our policies that allow people to attend through video, audio connections. This is a topic that kind of has come up, which is going back to this notion of being transparent. And it is discussions that happen during a meeting. And as we've said in the past, that texts between board members, you should not be doing those because your discussions should be open. But we had a situation where we dealt with, an employee texting board members. And, that was problematic. And so we did a little bit of training, and some of the feedback was, well, what do we do when we get texting? And again, going to the purpose of the act, we really should try to avoid texting to the greatest extent we can. While you're in board meeting and you're deliberating and discussing things, because it kind of defeats the whole transparent and deliberating in open if there are. And I get, sometimes you need to, that can be because of personal matter or something that you need to, and has nothing really to do with the business at hand. Or there might be something that pops into your head, oh, I really kind of feel like I need to get an answer to this. But as everyone was saying in cabinet, they felt very comfortable that if you have a question, to feel free to call them up to the mic and ask them that question, and they're happy to respond to that question. There. Same with email deliberations during board meeting. I don't think it's as much a temptation as texts, but say it so everyone can hear it, I think is the rule we try to work through. But when you're not convened in an open meeting, this in no way limits your ability to communicate with one another. You can be texting, you can be sending emails. And I think the nice thing about the change of the definition of meeting will also take, a little bit of the pressure, like, oops, have we somehow crossed over now and we're having a meeting with our communications. So that's a nice change. So It is okay to email pertinent information to other board members. Always be careful about responding. We're still trying to keep to the purpose of the act. We don't want to say, oh, now we have this new definition that allows us to circumvent that by doing a lot of the business, offline, not during an open meetings. Obviously, we don't want to do that. And always remember that your email communications are subject to GRAMA. We do keep copies of all those backed up. So even if you accidentally deleted them, we're always keeping a copy of those. Same with cabinet level folks. Those are all securely kept. What about texts? Again, we've kind of talked in the past. They're what's considered transitory communications, so you can delete them. However, if we do get requests, a GRAMA request, or if somebody said, hey, we're gonna litigate this matter and you need to do a hold on, these topics or other things, if you had it, you'd have to keep that and you couldn't delete it at that point, okay? Any questions on that? Again, this was not a court case, but in the records committee, because that's where when we have appeals to GRAMA, if they disagree with us, they can go to the records committee. That doesn't exist anymore, but the cases still do that they had. And this was a case that just basically established that as far as the records committee was concerned, text could be considered records under GRAMA if you have them. Sometimes an emergency could come up where you weren't able to give the notice. It was an unscheduled meeting, but something happened that the board felt the need to meet and discuss some important matter. You can do that. You don't have to comply with the 24-hour notice. Instead, it's just to provide as much notice as possible to the public and have the majority of the board approving this emergency meeting and notifying all members of the board, of course, about that meeting are the requirements to have an emergency meeting. Minutes, obviously, are very important. It's how people review if they weren't able to be there to review what the board has done. And we keep both a recording and written minutes of all of our meetings. The written minutes are the official record. The recording backs that up and fills in any gaps that there might be in the minutes, but I think we do a good job with our written minutes. First, that's given to the public are recordings. So within 3 days of a meeting, we put those online. Cindy does a great job making sure those are available. So very shortly after your meetings, they're able to review those. And I think with our YouTube channels, it's almost immediate that people have access to that information, which is great. As I said, the written minutes become the official record. And as you're all aware, each board meeting, you recognize those, make a motion to make them the official record of the actions that you've taken. And those are the elements that need to be in the minutes. And again, I think we do a very good job with those. And again, if there is anything that's possibly missing, it's the recording that supplements that and that they can go and review. As we move to diligent, it's going to be a little bit different because it used to be a recording and now it's going to be the YouTube channel, and we'll have it diced up into chapters that they can still go and just find the pertinent thing and watch the video if they wanted to watch this or whatever else later in the meeting there. Occasionally, like today, we have a closed meeting, and the procedural requirements, so you have to have a quorum. It should be duly noticed. On the agenda, 2/3 of the members who are present have to approve the meeting, and the reasons for it have to be announced entered into the meetings, and the location, which we do a good job about. These are all the topics that allow us to go into a closed meeting. Those are limited to just those topics there. And, you know, we have to keep those in mind while we're in closed session because that's the purpose for going. And so we don't want to go outside of the topic for which we've gone into the closed meeting. Records, some of them we keep a recording of, some of them we do not. The ones we do not is when we're talking about the character or the physical, mental health or professional competence of an individual. Then we just have an affidavit that is signed by the board president. Otherwise, we keep a recording of that, though that's not public facing, but if there were some challenge about that, we could provide the recording if needed by the court if they wanted to review that there. There are certain things you can't do in a closed meeting. Probably the most important that is final votes. You can discuss, you can make your decisions, but you have to go out and in the open meeting have your final action there so the public knows what you've decided to do, even though you may have discussed things in that closed meeting. And finally, what happens if someone violates the Open Meetings Act? It is a Class B misdemeanor and a fine and 6 months in jail would be the maximum there. And then the court could void the action that they found in violation of the act. And we could have to pay court costs and attorney's fees there. So any questions on open and public meetings?
Are there any questions, Ward? I actually have some questions.
Okay.
Okay, Cindy, where will the recordings be? I remember you said the recordings now different since we switched to diligent. I just kind of wanted to.
Yes, so now we will have a link that will take them to a web page, a Canyon's web page. So we can't actually put any of the audio on Diligent Community. So the link will take them to a web page where it'll be broken down, like Dan was saying, into different, like, for instance, the closed motion will be a link that takes them to the web page so they can listen to the closed motion and each of them as we break down, like.
Okay, so each agenda item will have like a link that will go to.
Yes.
That's what we're gonna. Okay, and then my second question is, okay, so one of the 5 reasons we can go into closed is collective bargaining, even though now we're not supposed to.
Well, right now it's on hold because it is going up for a vote. So
But did they
we
ever
can, but it's
change that
it's kind of a non-issue
right now?
because we'll vote on it before we actually get to collective bargaining again. So we'll have some direction. If they would, that would be removed and that would no longer be, and it would be something that probably Susan and Charlie would need to start working on with our legislators because we still need to be able to talk about employment issues in closed session, you know, contracts and those issues.
Okay, so that's something, if it, depending on what happens with the vote, then the law may need to be changed.
Yeah. Because right now, because it is on a referendum, that bill's, I mean, that statute's still in place. It just went back to status quo until it's voted on, and then we'll see what the changes are.
One more question, like we are getting emails saying board members have conflicts of interest, so I kind of wanted you to
Yeah.
go on.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Imagine that.
You read my mind.
So recently the legislators have, you know, previously there was a requirement when a conflict of interest came up in some issue that the board was dealing with, there was a conflict of interest disclosure form that we always had that somebody could fill out and say, you know, oh, I have this conflict of interest about this thing that we're going to be voting on. okay? But just recently, the legislators changed and said, no, now you have to be, as elected officials, proactive and put out these conflict of interest statements that the public can review there. And they review employment, substantial financial interests in a company, stocks, and your spouse's employment. But what's important, because I think as we're kind of getting ready to talk about closures and other things, it's important to understand what is a conflict of interest. It is a pecuniary interest. It is a financial interest there, that you have, ownership, or you have, employed by a particular company or something that could potentially be a conflict of interest when you're voting on something that is related to approving a contract for the district because it's above 80,000 and requires the board to approve it. That would be a conflict of interest. As we get ready to close schools or other things, there's been questions raised, oh, is this a conflict of interest because you taught there in the past or you've had kids attend there in the past? No, that can be a question of your objectivity there, but it isn't a conflict of interest there. And, I have faith in the board and, that you're going to do your best in making these very difficult decisions. But I just wanted to be clear that conflict of interest has to do with financial issues, that, you would be voting that somehow that would impact your financial interests. And that's what it's limited to there. Any questions about conflict of interest?
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Is that all?
That's it.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Dan.
Great looking slide deck.
I like the slide deck too.
Well addressed.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is our annual, annual Title IX report and athletic manual and website update. Dr. Tom Sherwood, Director of High Schools. Yeah, not quite.
Yeah, that's okay. Just saw a slide and I'm like,
Pretend it's not up there.
nothing to see.
I didn't do a slideshow. I sent all of you a summary report. I'm happy to speak to that if you'd like. All of our schools from the 2024-2025 data, which is the most recent available, are still within the 10% variance on participation between male and female athletes at our high schools. There was some fluctuation. I think the highest school was at 8%, which surprisingly was Hillcrest. It's funny that some of that is because there was a 2% shift in overall number of boys and overall number of girls in the school, which plays into the proportionality. So none of them are in trouble as long as they're within a 10% variance. We don't have to have any type of specific improvement plan. The other two prongs of Title IX, which include expansion and accommodating interests. We as a district we've chosen anytime the UHSA has sanctioned a new activity, we've agreed to adopt it as a sanctioned activity. And I listed those, the most recent being boys and girls lacrosse, girls competitive cheer, and boys volleyball. Even with those, I think that's one of the reasons for the percentage went up at a few of our schools for having a few more boys than girls, but still within the 10% variance. Some of that is because we did adopt boys volleyball, which added about between 35 and 45 athletes at most of our high schools that are male specific. So we haven't done our survey for accommodating interests. We're hoping to send that out this fall. I included a sample survey in the document that I included on board docs. I'm going to have legal review that and communications and see if we want to modify that at all. But we use the original survey that was contracted Qualtrics when we had the original lawsuit a few years ago. I also put a link there to our district webpage and our district handbook. Happy to answer any questions or whatever you guys have about that.
Am I, oh, sorry. Mrs. Patterson.
If you want, I know that's not standard procedure, but it does say on your document, facilities are equitable with the new construction of the softball clubhouse at Jordan High School. There was no other specific areas of concern. And as of August, or was it September 11th, we suddenly have information that the fields are not safe at Jordan's baseball. Baseball. I know it's not softball.
But we're talking Title IX right now, not general.
Okay.
So, well, I think that's great. I've been included on all those communications, and there's some validity to some of that. But in terms of there being inaccurate between female and male facilities, in the last Title IX report, the last remaining concern was with the baseball and softball. They're just completing construction on that. So in terms of equity within gender, we're okay. Doesn't mean that all our facilities are.
Okay, so yes, it's a facility issue, but it's true. We do now have equal facilities for both male and female.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, my question is, I mean, there's a lot of good information on those links for like athletes, but how, I mean, are we sending that information out to parents? Like when they have an, like when will parents know that we have all that really good information on our website?
I don't know. Look at the website. So we can send something home.
Well, I'm just wondering if when like an athlete registers, if we are sending them a link to that, right? Like, cause there's a lot of good information on this.
We have not done that. It's just there for readily available information if they would like to.
If someone searches.
But I'm not opposed to that. It just hasn't ever come up.
Mr. Adam?
I just want to piggyback on that. Our website's a hot mess and you can't find anything on it. And so if it's just on the website, that kind of means it's not available.
Yeah, I think we need to proactively send that out, because I mean, there's a lot of good information and a lot of work into that. So I just want to make sure parents know that's a resource.
I will work on that with external relations.
It's another thing for you guys to do. Okay, any other questions?
I do have one more thing to add, and additionally, as part of the settlement, we had agreed to start doing more positive encouragement in the lower grades and getting girls interested in high school athletics earlier. And I didn't bring a sample with me, but Jeff delivered the first batch of posters that we're going to put in some of the elementary and middle schools today. So we landed on one, and that might continue to increase the number of girls we have participating in sports. But as a district, right, to have none of our schools with a bigger than 10% disparity is actually a significant accomplishment. We're having a really high percentage of girls participate in high school sanctioned sports, which is great. Thank you.
That's great, thank you.
I think that's a really good recommendation that, to continue to show that we're trying to promote girls' sports. That's a good place, I think, to fold that information into, and also about reaching out to parents and continue to encourage young women to engage in athletics and it is one of the problems that they're looking at there. So that's a good way to wrap that information in.
Yeah. That's great.
Look at that.
It's a sample poster, so great, thank you, Jen. Okay, thank you, Dr. Sherwood. Now we will go on to our nutrition services report, annual report, and Sebastian Varas, Director of Nutrition Services, will present this to us.
Good afternoon. Yeah, it's my pleasure to be here tonight and to give you our annual report. A few things are the same, which I want to go over quickly because you hear them all the time. I'll just probably highlight the things that are changing and what we foresee changing in the future too for our programs. So this is, as far as our workers go, this is one of the first years in a while that we are actually really well staffed. We can probably say that people need to work more so because of living, but it's working to our advantage. We have only when I see that it's only one page of opening positions, that's a great start for the school year. If I compare that to maybe 4 years ago when we had 94 positions to start the school year, when we have 300 employees and 1/3 was missing, that's the kind of difference that we are having. So that's really good. The only one that we are missing as far as management positions, and you can probably, if you're in this building, tell, we haven't had a cafe manager for a while now. We've had a few applicants that were not qualified. Then we went through a period of no applicants. And just this week, we got 3 new applicants. So I'm excited to review them and see if we can get a manager for the cafe. On the National School Lunch Program, pretty much the requirements have stayed the same. The only thing that has been different is that the reimbursement rates went down. We were operating under the reimbursement rates for COVID, which we had a little bit more than 54 cents per meal. And now they went back to pre-COVID. Unfortunately, the cost of living didn't go back to pre-COVID. So we're being asked to do the same thing that we did before, but with less money. As far as our district goes, we've been able to manage that. And during the years, we were able to build a healthy fund balance. And we're using that to mitigate the increase in food costs and labor cost, and still not increase the lunch prices for the students. Other measures that we're taking to proactively mitigate this is we're looking at what has really has gone up in price. And then an example that comes to mind is the disposable trays that we used to have in every school. We switched to now actual trays that you can wash. We did a cost benefit analysis, and that alone was a $300,000 saving per year. Now, we are having some issues still adjusting because we're losing some of the trays. The students are not returning them. So, but we're working with the schools and the principals to see if we can get support. But ultimately, I mean, we're doing those kind of things that are going to save us some money, because our goal is to continue not charging a lot for our students for our meals. Here are some pictures of the popular choices. One thing that I want to say as we look through these pictures, it's always nice when we get phone calls from parents that move from other states into our district and they comment on the quality and the choices that the students get in Canyons. I had a recent phone call last week, actually, from a family from Texas, and they were very impressed with the choices and the meals that their elementary students get here in Utah. But we usually hear the complaints. So whenever I hear the good things, I'm like, okay, we're doing a good job. On the breakfast programs, still the same. We are mandated now to, if it was still the threshold, if you are over 30% on free and reduced, you have to offer alternate breakfast programs, which we are. Currently, we have is Midvale, Mid-Valley, Copperview, and Sandy offering breakfast in the classroom. And all of those schools listed in the slide are offering a second chance breakfast as per legislation, which is great because it gives the students who were tardy or were hungry and didn't get a chance to get a breakfast to go and still get something at the school and continue with their day. Now there's new legislation that came into place this year. HB 100 allowed all of the students who qualify for reduced price to get free lunches. So they're not going to be charged for lunch. We communicated that to our parents. It doesn't cover breakfast, but the 40 cents that they would pay for lunch is covered by the state. So we have to now apply. They have a grant system that they just opened this week. And as a district, of course, we'll be applying for those funds because we want to cover the cost for those students qualifying for reduced meal price. And then we have HB 42, which is introduces new restriction to food additives. As you can see on the list, there's a huge list of additives. As we went through the list, we only had like a handful of items that we served that were impacted by this new legislation. So that was really good to know. And we're already working into getting rid of those and replacing them for items that don't have these additives. This legislation is supposed to start next school year, but we're proactively just getting ready and get rid of those items so we can be okay with this. On the seamless program, we're operating this less schools every year. This is a trend that we're seeing, that we usually had the Title I schools that operated all of these programs, and we had really high participation, especially during COVID. Those were the years that we actually made money on this program. We normally don't, we just offer it as a service for the community. But lately, we're seeing the trend that less and less people are coming. Um, but so we started digging what's going on. And we know that more community kitchens have been opened around the area that students can go within walking distance, so that's affecting our numbers. And also, we're seeing that because of the cost of living in the area, Sandy and Midvale City, some families are actually moving out, which you probably can see also enrollment going down, which of course affects our program. But we're still offering the program, and students are taking advantage of that. The first fruits and vegetable program, this is also a grant that we apply for every year. It's based on free and reduced percentages per school. Unfortunately, we lost it. We lost it for Glacier Hills because the threshold for the free and reduced went down, and they don't have as high as in previous years, so they didn't qualify. But we have Sandy, Copperview, Mid Valley, Midvale, and East Midvale that still participate in the program, and we got roughly $175,000 to get snacks in the form of fresh fruits and vegetables for the students during the school day. This is just some examples of the fresh produce that we offer with the meals. We always aim for color and also texture, and of course freshness. And whenever we can, we buy local. We started this school year with local Utah peaches, and they were delicious. So good. The cafe, as I mentioned, is operating under minimal menus right now because we don't have a manager. But our plan is to hopefully get that manager hired soon and be able to cater as well, so we can sustain the cafe for employees. I know that they appreciate the low cost of meals that we offer here in the building. Nutrition education is a big part that we do. We try to connect always our menus to the classroom. And this year our theme is build a healthy body with school meals, and it's based on the Minecraft movie that came out last year that was very popular with the students. Of course, we didn't use Minecraft, but this is what the graphic designer from the district came up with, which I thought they did a really good job. So every school will have a promotion day where the menu is planned around this, and we'll have activities for students to learn about how they can build a healthy body with the school meals. This I want to talk a little bit about, which is the free and reduced percentages district-wide. You can see now the trend that we're seeing is that is slowly going down. We are down for free meals at 22.57% as of now, but our reduced meals went up to 5.37%. The main concern I have on this is the CEP program, the schools that currently qualify for free meals based on geographic location, which is Copperview, Midvale, East Midvale, Mid Valley, Sandy, and Midvale Middle. The legislation, and we're watching this national legislation, is changing, or is being attempted to change it. Lowering the threshold is one of the bills that has been introduced, but there is also other representatives that want to increase the threshold for these schools to qualify. One of the thresholds proposed was 60%, which if that goes into effect, we would lose all of our CEP programs in our district. We don't have the data to sustain that.
What percent are our schools at?
Right now, we aim for about 40%, but we can implement the program 25% and above. To break even, we need really like 42%, and that's what we aim. We have some schools, because our goal is as soon as we started the schools on free meals, we want to maintain that status. We have Mid Valley, for example, went below that threshold, but we average out. So helping, like Midvale, for example, is higher than Mid Valley, so it averages out, so we can break even.
So just real quick on that, that also, if I remember right, Sandy was our last school that crossed that threshold. That also qualifies them for automatically Title I, I think, doesn't it? Is that right? If I remember.
I don't think so.
Or was it a combination of that and other? I'm trying to think just when Sandy came on board, how that affected our title. status too, but all of that happened about the same time.
Sandy's always been a title school. It's Mid-Valley.
Oh, Mid-Valley, okay,
Oh,
it's Mid-Valley that came on, okay.
So at this point, we cannot really say what's gonna happen with legislation. But for now, we are in the second year of a 5-year cycle, so at least we have 3 more school years until we can come up with the data. And just so you know, the data is always pulled on April 1st of the calendar year. So we have to go by that data. And, but we monitor the data throughout the months to see if we have more students qualifying or less. So hopefully by April 1st, we run it every year. And if we see data that qualifies for our programs before the 5 years is over, we actually can certify starting with at that point for another 5 years.
How do you feel too, Sebastian? I know in years past, sometimes families don't choose to even fill out the free reduced form for lots of different reasons. I mean, do you feel like for the most part, our families are filling out the forms, or is that something that we're always campaigning to get?
So that's a great question.
Because whether or not they qualify, I
Yeah.
mean, that's important, right,
That's
to
a great
us.
question. So the applications are always available upon registration. Actually, if you register, you have to check that you have read the free and reduced application, whether to bypass it or to fill it out. Two things with that. So the CEP program is not based on applications. The data that we have to pull is through the state and DWS. And if families qualify, for example, for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, they automatically qualify for free meals. So they look at that percentage of students and they use a multiplier, and that's when we get the threshold of 42% to break even. So one thing to understand is as people are not applying so much for those benefits anymore, then of course the data is going down. And that's the decrease that we're seeing. Now, can they still do a free and reduced application? And if they qualify, can they get free meals? Yes, but that doesn't guarantee that the whole school will get free meals if we don't have that data. Another interesting fact, this is the first year actually that I've gotten phone calls from parents filling out the application and that don't qualify for the meals, telling us, can you make an exemption? Because, and they give me all of these reasons, which are very valid. But that tells me that, I mean, families are having a hard time to even.
Inflation's getting them.
Yeah, inflation's getting them, but that threshold.
That's tough.
And I have to explain to them, it's not a district-based decision, this is a federal program.
Yeah.
That's the threshold. So it's hard. But I just want to let you know, because I mean, of course, every year we'll pull the data and we'll do the best to come out advertise. But we cannot tell people to apply for SNAP benefits. It's something that they either do or don't. And that's where we get the data. We also started to provide daycare meals this year to Brighton High School. We did Corner Canyons and Jordan High previously, and this is the daycare for employees. They really appreciate it, and we try to make it as affordable as possible. This, of course, is not a federal program, so we cannot charge the same as we would with getting reimbursement. But for 3 meals that they get during the day, the breakfast, the lunch, and the snack, it's a $6 a day, which we try to make it very affordable for our.
Okay, sorry one more question that comes up a lot when
Yeah.
I'm out in schools, and I know McKay and these guys hear it too, so. Employees that supervise lunch are always asking, why can't they get a reduced rate or free, or just, can you walk everybody through that in the room so it's on the record?
So the legislation says that only employees who are directly involved with the lunch production can get a free meal under the program allowance to, because this is federal funding for kids. So they say you can feed your workers and the custodian assigned to the lunchroom, but everybody else is not a student, and that's not the
Doesn't
intent of the
qualify.
program. They don't qualify for the funding.
And I explain that to people just so it's out there and everyone knows.
Yeah.
Because if I could wave a magic wand, I mean, they work just
I
as
would
hard,
love to.
they deserve it, but I don't know how we get around that.
And people who have been in the district for probably 10, 15 years, because this changed. In the past, we were able to
We
feed
could, okay,
almost everybody.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a big deal. But then, of course, legislation has changed and everything, and budgets are getting tighter. So
thanks for
we
that
have to control
clarification.
that. But speaking of adult meals, we can still offer adult meals at a price that is affordable. It's not free, but currently our adult lunch price is $5 and the breakfast is $3. And with that, you get a fruit, a vegetable, a grain, a protein, and a milk. Um, I probably cannot think of any place outside that you can get that for $5. How is that calculated? Because we've had that question come up a lot, especially from teachers that say, how come it's so expensive, $5 to buy a meal? Well, it used to be cheaper a few years ago, that's why. But that's something that we also don't have a lot of control. The federal government gives us a formula, and the formula is we gotta take the lunch reimbursement plus the value of the USDA foods that we receive, and that's the minimum we can charge. And right now for lunch, we are at $4.99 and we charge $5. So we're making it as affordable as we can at this time for adults to get a lunch. And for breakfast, we're actually over, is $3.24 and we're charging $3. So eventually, and I'm giving you the heads up because you are the ones that approve these increases, eventually we will have to raise the adult lunch and breakfast. You know, we'll get the phone calls again, how come it went up? But that's the reason why. That's what you get with lunch and a breakfast if you're an adult. And let's address the other big elephant for our department, which is the school lunch debt. It's interesting to me that over the years, the school lunch debt is getting bigger and bigger. And I get it. I mean, people are having a hard time with inflation and they're not able to pay the bills. We closed the school year 24-25 with $233,000 in debt. And of that, $53,000 were from inactive students, which probably we won't recoup that. We send messages every week telling them that they're in the negative. But past experience has shown that for inactive students, we don't recoup that. We did have some donations from the private sector, and this year those amounted to $26,000 on donations, which is nice. Of course, it's about a little over 10% of the whole debt, but we're very grateful for that. Some of them are very specific. Like we had a donor, actually a high school student that Lone Peak was the school he picked, and he decided to pay the debt for the whole Lone Peak school. Now we had some parents calling saying, how come you're paying my debt? I can pay it. And we have others that we're very grateful. But when the donors are that specific, we are obligated to apply it to that specific school. If they're not specific, then we go general for like the high school that has debt, and then we go to the next. Okay, how are we able to maintain then all this and not raising the cost? Like I mentioned, we still have a healthy fund balance, even though we were in the negative this year. We lost about 2 million of our fund balance. But just as a reminder, we did have a fund balance of about 7.5 operating months, which by legislation, we're supposed to only have 3 months. So we had more than double. Where did that money go? We did invest in equipment. We bought about $750,000 worth of equipment for our kitchens, just to keep them with the state-of-the-art equipment to produce the quality of meals that we always do. And the rest went to balance the cost of increased food costs, labor cost, and of course, not charging students more for them. This year, we're not going to spend much on equipment. Our fund balance now is good for another 6 months. So we're still double the federal requirement of 3 months. But we're not foreseeing any increases in reimbursement from this administration. And we still have a few more years to go. So we're going to be a little more frugal and kind of watch it, because our goal is to maintain the healthy fund balance as much as we can and not increase the school meal prices for our families. And that's the presentation. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Edel.
So first, thanks so much, because I've got kids that eat school meals every day, and elementary and middle, and they love the food.
Appreciate that.
And I hear lots of great things about the food on a regular basis. So thank you to you, and to your staff, because really great job. And then as a parent, I also appreciate you keeping the prices low with the work that you do on that. That helps me. I did get one question, and I wonder if you can provide some clarification. So I had some people who were concerned about like the breakfast cereals and that they've got lots of sugar. And I understand though that the food that we get is different than you might get in the store.
It is different. So, I mean, they may see the same brand and the same product, but the formulation of the product is completely different. So, industry has the school food industry, and then they have the regular industry that they sell to the public. So, for example, Lucky Charms, they would be whole grain, less sugar, and some items could be also lower fat. So, it's all adapted to our regulations. Now, there is some legislation coming up regulating or restricting sugar even farther. So industry is currently working in reformulating the products as well, so they can be in compliance with that. So yeah, that's the best that I can tell them. But we do have those questions sometimes, and cereal is one of them. The other one that we do is if we have raisins or if we have anything that dry fruit. And it's important for the public to understand how sugar actually works. Where you have added sugar to a product and you have naturally occurring sugars to the product. So the naturally occurring sugars, there is nothing we can do about it because that's the product itself. Like raisins, it's a fruit, considered a fruit higher in sugar because that's the nature of grapes. And then what they're trying to control is the added sugars to the fruits. So yeah, that will be decreasing in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's a great question.
Any other questions, board? Okay, well, thank you for your
Thank you.
work, like, this is always really interesting, and thanks for all you're doing to help us save money. Save money and still keep the tests easier, so. Okay, so that is our last item, so now we will just have a break until we have business meeting at 7. Okay, welcome everyone to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is September 16th, 2025, and we're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. The first item on the agenda is to approve the agenda for tonight, so I will now take a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve tonight's agenda for September 16th, 2025.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously. I would also like to excuse Board Member Dolly. She is out of the country, and Mrs. Oakes will be joining us. Oh, sorry. Mrs. Nybar will be joining us a little later. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and Brenda McCann, principal of Hillcrest, will lead us in that, and then we'll hear some school highlights.
Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Board members and community, thank you for the opportunity to share some wonderful things happening at Hillcrest High School over the last year. This last year, we've had some awesome academic excellence occur. Hillcrest High School continues to be the leader in rigorous academics through our International Baccalaureate program. It's now in its 20th year, and we just passed our accreditation for, I think, the 4th time. So that was happens every 5 years, and we were able to just complete that and passed with that. This year, our students earned record numbers of AP and IB exam scores of 4 and 5, and our graduation rate has continued to improve, reflecting the hard work of both the students and the staff and the teachers. Student engagement, our theater program last year received Best of State, and I didn't quite know what that was till this year I had the opportunity to go and be at the dinner. And I guess if you can recommend yourself or put in an application and you win Best of State. So this year I went to the dinner and was able to be there with some of our students and our theater teachers. And as we were sitting there, I made a comment and said, hey, do you think we'll win the overall prize? And my teacher looked at me and said, no way. And the next thing they said right after that was Hillcrest High School come up, and we won the overall category for Best in State for the grand prize for educational excellence. So it was awesome to be able to go up on the stage and receive the Best in State trophy for that. Hillcrest Athletics has also brought home many region championships, all while maintaining an awesome GPA. We continue to expand the opportunity to be on the classroom through STEM and robotic teams, and through, I think we've had thousands of hours put into community service through all of our students. Our Hillcrest Community Center and Teen Center, through that, I just want to go over some statistics that we've done over the past 3 years. I had her work these up for us, and we also have what's called a free market that's there. And through 22 and 23, we helped 362 students use the market. 23 and 24, we had 367 students use the market. Our school range is about 2,450 students, so that gives you a little bit of an idea of the numbers that we're using it. Last year, we had over 401 students who used the free market at some level. And to break that down a little bit more, 10% of those students received produce, 26 received pantry and food supplies, 17% received clothing of some item, 8% had laundry services that they used there and supplies, 17% received hygiene products. Moving on, we distributed 360 pairs of shoes, 141 winter coats and break bags, 201 families received a substance for Thanksgiving, 150 students received free eyeglasses, 700 students were given winter coats. Out of this, we supplied 22 caps and gowns for graduation, 470 prom dresses. And there's more and more, and I'm just gonna stop that. I think everyone knows Hillcrest is an awesome school, and something I need to say thank you to you, because without the support we have for our free market, for our athletics, for the IB program, which the district has helped support all along for those 20 years. Hillcrest would not be able to do the things they do. And for wonderful community members who support us each day. We also would like to say thank you for our awesome football stadium. It's now pretty much almost done. There's just a little bit left to do. And we've been able to play all our home games there this year, and it's been awesome. So thank you for the community and the board support for that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We love to hear about our schools and the wonderful things that are happening there. And please pass on our thanks to your staff for all they do for students. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the Canyon Strong Employee Recognitions, and Jeff Haney, Director, and Kirsten Stewart, Associate Director of Communications, will present this.
Thank you, President Schill, for the time that you give us in board meeting to recognize the people who make us Canyon strong. One of the strengths of Canyon's district is our commitment to honoring the principles on which our country was founded. We are proud to unfurl the American flag in all of our classrooms and the red, white, and blue of Old Glory at all of our events. It's certainly a reminder of the importance and the brilliance of our Constitution. Tomorrow, schools all across Utah and Canyon School District will celebrate Constitution Day, and it commemorates the signing of the Constitution on September 17th, 1787. It serves as a day to reflect on the Constitution's significance, the principles of American democracy, and the rights and responsibilities of citizenship. Another day that is close to our hearts is September 11th. We'll never forget the terror attacks of that day in 2001. This year, following a nationwide tradition, Canyon School District resource officers, they climbed stadium stairs equaling 110 stories. And this feat follows the first responders who responded to the World Trade Center on that fateful day. The 9/11 Memorial Stair Climb is a symbolic gesture to remember the sacrifice of the people who ran toward danger. The Alta High girls soccer team also helped honor our first responders here in Utah. They helped put up a commemorative flag display near Sandy City Hall. And the display is made up of 365 flags representing the Utah police officers, firefighters, first responders, and military service members who have lost their lives in the line of duty since 2001. Now, technology is supposed to make our lives easier, but these are the people in technology who make our lives easier when technology doesn't work. I asked Derek before if he'd actually looked through my presentation, and he said, no, I'll just be surprised like everybody else. You'll see that I've included a photo of Derek Zobel. He's the IT specialist here at the district office. He's fantastic. Here in Canyon School District, our IT team, well, they help us keep things running smoothly. They do a lot of work behind the scenes, and we're grateful for the nearly 100 IT specialists who work every day, but especially on this day, it's National IT Professionals Day. They are experts in computer systems, software, hardware, and more than 120 software applications. They touch nearly all part of our operations at the district, and the work is done when we're not looking, but if they don't do the work, everybody sees it. We appreciate them, and to all of our IT professionals, you keep us running Canyons strong. It was fall, so it wasn't supposed to be so hot outside, but summer persisted, and it made it pretty toasty in some of our schools that had malfunctioning air conditioning systems in recent weeks. Now, on days when you hope the chiller doesn't go out, well, the chillers went out. On days when you hoped the condensers in those units don't go out, well, they went out. For a few days, temperatures were still in the 90s outside, and we had 5 buildings with struggling HVAC systems. And so our HVAC heroes jumped into action. Our big thanks to Zach Lindgren, who is an assistant HVAC lead, Brandon Wolf, the energy lead, Dan Bray in energy services, Casey Hatt, an electrical lead, and Bob Ellis, a maintenance coordinator. They all worked overtime to get those systems up and running so classrooms and hallways and cafeterias were not hotter inside than the temperatures outside. They did a great job in heated circumstances in their work. Even more projects that are done behind the scenes. It results in Canyon strong learning and working environments. So a big shout out to our HVAC heroes for their work a few weeks ago to bring back those cool schools. Now, art can be a coping mechanism for many people, but it's a proven therapy for soldiers and our veterans. Brighton High art teacher Derek Chandler, a veteran who did peacekeeping missions in Iraq and Kosovo, is a big winner in the 2024 Veterans Affairs Creative Arts Competition. He won first place in the watercolor division for the state of Utah, and he will advance to the national contest this spring. This competition recognizes the process that art plays in healing and raises the visibility of the creative achievements of our country's veterans. His painting is titled Cherry Bomb, and that's a mighty fine Mustang he's painted there. And he tells us that that is a Mustang that he and his wife are putting back together. So congratulations to Mr. Chandler. We're Canyon strong because of people like Fred Lowry, who has served as the president of the Canyons Education Foundation for several terms. He's stepping away from this leadership role for now, but his influence will be certainly felt for years. The money raised through golf tournaments and galas and other events, well, that's one thing. But Fred was one of the biggest cheerleaders for the magic in the classroom. And during his time heading up the foundation board, he wanted us to focus the foundation's time and attention and money on helping truly move the dial academically. Under Fred, the foundation also bolstered the support of health and medical initiatives and our resource closet, which is packed with donated items to make sure that no student goes without food, school supplies, or clothing. We also started a scholarship so that students and some of our education support professionals can go to college to become teachers here in Canyons District. We're indebted to Fred's leadership, his strong support of the Canyons District Teacher of the Year program, and the foundation is holding its annual golf tournament on Thursday. The money will go straight back toward one of Fred's favorite programs, our Innovation Grant Program. Thank you to Fred Lowry for serving as the president of the foundation board. Now, he's surprised by this too, because he didn't know that I was going to include this slide. Congratulations to Superintendent Okay, you're not gonna boo yourself, Dr. Robbins. A thumbs down? Yeah. Dr. Robbins has been selected by the Utah School Library Association as the Administrator of the Year. He was nominated in recognition of his support of literacy programs and a support of media centers and libraries across the district. I agree, Dr. Robbins. I'm very glad that you got this. You've been a huge supporter of literacy in the Canyons District, of our library programs, and initiatives like Book Blitz that encourages students to read books and then come in and participate in a game show style event where they rack up points for remembering things that in the books that they read. So congratulations to Dr. Robbins for being the Administrator of the Year for the Utah School Library Association. Friday Night Lights, it's on its way. All the other trappings of fall with musicals and rehearsals. You hear the marching bands practicing outside in the afternoons. Go and hear the cheers, the volleyball games, the cross-country races, soccer games, so much more. Homecoming crowds will roar at Jordan High and Hillcrest High this weekend. They will be in stadiums, and as Mrs. McCann just mentioned, Hillcrest has a brand new stadium thanks to the vision of school improvement of the Board of Education. And at Jordan High School, they will be enjoying a new scoreboard thanks to a donation by a major beat digger. We call him the beat digger extraordinaire. That's Dan Jorgensen, and he has donated more than $700,000 to the Canyons Education Foundation for Jordan High School. Yeah, let's give a round of applause to him. I was telling the folks I met from Jordan High School here that this is my Jordan High School jacket. I just got it. I'll say it's Beat Digger colors. Good luck to Jordan and Hillcrest this weekend at their homecoming games. And best of luck to the students as they continue this fall reaching for their dreams through education. So we hope to see everybody at the homecoming games under Friday Night Lights, to see the new stadium at Hillcrest and the new scoreboard and other improvements at Jordan High School. So welcome back to the school year. This is Canyon School District, where you learn more, do more, and can be more. President Schill, we thank you for this time to celebrate what makes us Canyon strong. We turn the time back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Haney. We have now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. The board often designates time in meetings to listen to patrons of the district. Patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents, and that is our board secretary right there. These documents must be submitted to the board secretary at the meeting or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. Tonight, since we have so many people here, we are going to give individuals 2 minutes because we want to be able to hear everyone, and groups 4 minutes. And hopefully we should be able to fit everyone in. Our normal patron comment time is 45 minutes. We're going to extend that to an hour to also make sure we can hear from all of you. Those representing groups or themselves will be given the 4 minutes. And comments made during patron comment are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on those personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education values inputs on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during the patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. So the reason we ask that is that parents, we may have 2 different groups of parents here, and we just want to maintain respect for all sides. Okay, since we have so many, I'm going to read 2 names, and then just the second person be ready to come up so we can quickly go through this. Also, if I say your name incorrectly, please correct that when you come up to the microphone. Okay, the first person we have is Krista Pippin. The next one will be Taylor Burhow.
Thank you, President Schill and members of the board and district leadership. I'm Krista Pippin, and I stand here tonight serving in the capacity of elected president of the Canyons Education Association, CEA, and I am representing all licensed educators in Canyons District. We felt compelled tonight to come and to express our deep disappointment and our frustration and our disheartenment with the recent decision by the district leadership to disregard previously negotiated and longstanding agreement that the week prior to parent-teacher conferences and the week of course, that no meetings such as PLCs and or professional development be held. The agreement has existed as a matter of professional courtesy, but also for that critical support for educator effectiveness and ultimately for student success. Past district practices has recognized the importance of granting the prior week meeting time so that educators had some extra time to help with the extra work necessary to prepare for parent-teacher conferences. This is time to review and to analyze student data. It's their performance data. It's to reflect on students' academic progress. And of course, it's to develop those individual goals and supports to ensure that all students have opportunities to succeed. As a district that prides itself on making data-driven decisions, it is contradictory and demoralizing to see the vital planning time that our educators need taken away. Parent-teacher conferences are a cornerstone of our collaboration with families. It's a vital role, and we are being denied the opportunity to adequately prepare. And the quality and impact of that is that our interactions with our families will suffer. We again urge district leadership to honor the commitments made in good faith and restore the prep time previously provided and negotiated for to educators during this critical part of our academic calendar year. Our focus has always been and will continue to be on student growth and success, and we're just asking the same commitment from our leadership through their actions that support educators in fulfilling our mission effectively. So thank you so much for our time tonight. We look forward to restoring a collaborative relationship.
Okay, thank you. We have Taylor Burha and then Brooke Eastham.
Good evening, my name is Taylor Burhow, and I live in the Park Lane Elementary boundary in my childhood home, which my husband and I purchased in 2020. I just would like to comment, unsurprisingly, on the recent boundary changes recently released by the board. I'm apprehensive about the proposal to close either Park Lane or Granite for a few reasons, many of which will surely be touched on tonight by my fellow community members. But I'd like to specifically focus my comments on concerns about traffic flow, particularly in a scenario where the entirety of the Park Lane student body is required to drive to Granite Elementary. Most students would not immediately qualify for busing options, and I fear that this proposal will likely create a major traffic and safety issue. The two roads connecting the Park Lane boundary area to Granite Elementary, as we all know, are narrow and winding and in parts nearly one way. Hundreds of cars trying to drop off and pick up at the same time will cause severe congestion and unsafe conditions for students and neighbors alike. Park Lane Elementary, by contrast, is situated on wider roads, which facilitate an objectively better traffic flow and consequently a likely safer drop-off and pickup system. Additionally, in a scenario where Park Lane remains open, less students would have to commute to Park Lane than in the reverse scenario, also reducing traffic congestion. I mourn the closure of either of these neighborhood schools. This has been in my community since I was born, and I've had many positive experiences with both schools. The loss of walkable school options is a tragedy for all involved. I would that neither school closes, that we all maintain walkable access to our schools, which strengthens neighborhood relationships, provides children with valuable functional skills, strengthens our communities, encourages peer-to-peer socialization, which is increasingly under attack in our current technological environment. That said, in the event that one school should close, the sensible solution from a traffic perspective is to not require an entire intact school boundary to transport kids to another school. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we have Brooke Eastham and then Shelley Christensen.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Brooke Eastham, and I'm a parent of 3 school-aged children in this district. I also live in the neighborhood south of 9400 South and west of Eastdale. And this is the neighborhood that is proposed to be cut out of the Granite/Park Lane boundaries. I have many concerns and comments with the proposals that were set forth at the last meeting, but tonight I would just like to point out that the perceived savings of eliminating bus service to the elementary age students in my area is inaccurate. So at minimum, the families living in the Pinedale and equestrian circles are more than 1.5 miles from Willow Canyon Elementary, and that's using the measuring method set forth by the Utah Board of Education. So we will still require bus service as the school's up to 1.8 miles from some homes, and it's nearly a 40-minute walk for an adult. This walk is too long and it's unsafe. So you are either asking children to walk along 9400 South for a mile and cross at the incredibly busy intersection of Highland Drive, or to take 9800 South and Highland Drive without a crosswalk. So I will insist on bus service continuing to my area, and I know my neighbors will as well. I think that a better option is to keep the school communities together, even if it means that a new combined Park Lane and Granite School is at or slightly above capacity for a school year or two. I think that we should consider portable classrooms, and I think that you can see that the declining population in the area is continuing. People are moving in, and the children that come with them do not replace or increase the number of children who are aging out of school or through the attrition from relocation. This appears to be a deliberate but nonsensical carve-out, and it hurts our community. I support the consolidation of our two schools, but I do not support being cut out of our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now Shelley Christensen and then Isaac Corcoran. Hopefully that's right.
Hi, I'm Shelley Christensen. I teach at Willow Canyon Elementary, and I also live within the Canyons boundary district, or district boundaries. I've read through the proposed boundary recommendations put forward by the committee and would like to share some of my thoughts with you specifically concerning the Granite, Park Lane, and Willow Canyon reboundaries. I believe the plan is short-sighted and leaves Willow Canyon in a critical situation. Combining nearly all of Granite and Park Lane enrollments into one school certainly creates a thriving student and parent community, but at a severe cost to Willow Canyon. With the current proposal adding only 50 regular ed students and 40 ACC students, Willow Canyon enrollment will grow, but not enough to add new teachers. This simply means bigger class sizes. Also, the 50 students slated to join Willow Canyon would have the option to permit into the newly aligned boundary of the combined Granite and Park Lane community. With the consistently shrinking population in Willow Canyon's boundary, it won't be long before Willow Canyon is back in the same critical situation it is now with low enrollment. It seems like the most obvious solution has been deliberately ignored, dividing Park Lane enrollment between Granite and Willow Canyon, creating two thriving communities. This would ensure that two excellent schools remain open with full staffing and more stable enrollments. As you know, Willow Canyon has a long-standing track record of excellence, scoring in the top 10 of state or schools in the state consistently. Every seat that is filled will be an opportunity for growth in the caring hands of expert teachers and staff. Thank you for your efforts and support to help Canyons District create the best solutions for students, parents, and teachers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Isaac Corcoran and then Carrie Boyd Peak.
Hey, good evening, everyone. I'm Isaac Corcoran. I recently moved to Sandy, and I'm a parent of two young kids. My growing family and I love our community and are motivated to share our concerns with the recent boundary study. Specifically, a lack of transparency, rigor, and details on the motivation for boundary changes. The study I read contains a lot of the what, but neglects to transparently share the why. The 2025 boundary study proposes combining Park Lane with Granite Elementary, resulting in the closure of one of the two schools. Study cites current impact on students, but misses out on communicating the impact on future students, such as my children. To me, this displays a lack of rigor and planning for the future, which is a concerning aspect for a decision with lasting impacts. Elementary enrollment in Canyons School District has declined 16% since 2018. The study claims a projection of another 1,000 students decreasing in enrollment over the next 3 years. The claim of falling birth rates and rising housing costs nation and statewide displays a significant opportunity to improve the quality of this study by examining this same information, but specific to our community. The boundary study considers impacts on busing and safe walking routes, including potential changes like suspending special busing for certain schools, but neglects to provide clarity into quantified data on increased transportation costs and absenteeism risks. Closing the school without detailed school-specific transportation analyses endangers student safety and access, violating the district's core values of safe learning environments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Carrie Boyd Peak and then Brittany Jarrett. And she's representing a group, so 4 minutes.
My name is Carrie Boyd Peak, and I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Jordan baseball team and some of the Jordan parents. I listed the individual members on the sign-in sheet. You all received an email from me last week, and in that email was a link to a PowerPoint and some pictures that showed the current status of the Jordan baseball team field. And I did include pictures of other Canyons District fields just for comparison. I know baseball's not everybody's thing, but I just wanted to make sure that you could see the different levels and the different, the differences between photos. Also in that email, I asked for board members to take a look at, to join us, to come see our field and come look at the playing conditions on our field. Our field is very unsafe. And when you look at it from a distance, it looks like a normal baseball field. But when you truly get up there and you start looking at the field, we have a lot of major concerns, and they are safety concerns. And when I speak about safety, I see a future of twisted ankles, of twisted knees, torn ACLs because of some of the conditions of the field. The grass on the field is supposed to be, in a traditional baseball field, supposed to be Bermuda grass or Kentucky rye. We had an a landscape architect come out and analyze our field, and he said, this is the worst field I've ever seen at a high school, and you have a whole plethora of weeds and clump grass. And he's like, I just don't know how long this has been like this, but this is unacceptable for a baseball field. Part of our field is not up to Utah code. Our dugouts are built in a manner that the bricks are not offset. There are large cracks in the dugouts, and these pictures are also in the PowerPoint slides that I sent in the email. In addition to those PowerPoint slides, I did provide two hard copies of the field conditions so that you guys could see firsthand if you can't make it out to the field, so you could see, what we're dealing with. Our warning track, that strip of ground right before, past the outfield, right before the home run fence. A lot of schools, it's made out of cinder or hard packed dirt, and ours, more often than not, is mud. And I would never come to you and say things that weren't true, but you can look at the pictures for yourself. It's very sad that our baseball team has to play in conditions like this. Speaking of our baseball team, we've got 4 members right here, and I'm very proud of them. They chose to sit in the front row. They have a passion for their field, and they're a great little team. And so I'm proud of them for coming to this meeting and being here as well. So I asked the board, I want to make it clear that we're coming to you for safety needs. We're not asking for fluff. We're not asking for nice to haves. We're not asking for anything above and beyond. We're asking for basic field maintenance, maybe a makeover on our field so that we can play good, safe baseball. Our Jordan baseball program kicks out collegiate athletes every single year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we have Brittany Jarrett and then Jake Garfield.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Brittany Jarrett, and I'm representing myself.
I'm a mom of 3. I have 2 children at Park Lane, and one will be joining them in 2 years. The proposal to combine Park Lane and Granite was presented as a first attempt, and we appreciate any consideration that you have taken, that you'll continue to take with regard to our feedback that we've been submitting. I feel that some key factors were overlooked and that there are definitive reasons that Park Lane should not be considered for closure. One of the reasons the board cited as a predictor for continued decreased enrollment is the cost of housing. I averaged the nearest houses to currently on the market to both Granite and Park Lane, and the average cost is over $1 million less expensive around Park Lane than it is around Granite. It is highly, highly more likely that young families will continue moving into the Park Lane area. It's a more condensed area, there are more houses, and they are not as expensive. Park Lane is also more centrally located. It's more likely to be able to supplement enrollment through permitting and bringing in students from multiple directions. It already is a school of choice for many parents who do permit to the school for various reasons, one being after-school care that's available that can pick up from there because of the central location, as well as the high standardized test scores and the outstanding reputation of the school. This leads me to some enrollment information pointed out in the study. Since 2018, the Granite enrollment has dropped by 30%. In that same period of time, Park Lane's enrollment has only dropped by 18%. Park Lane is not the issue here. Oakdale's enrollment is down 24%. Quail Hollow's enrollment and as well as Brookwood's are each down 31% in the same period of time. Given these percentages, why is Park Lane even on the table for consideration? We are at a loss for understanding what it has to do with. My final point was going to be to talk about the safety between the 2 schools. I'm glad that somebody else covered it. The route that most families will take between the 2 schools, it's hazardous and it's extremely dangerous if any child chose to walk or bike to school in either direction. So we do understand, and I understand that this is an incredibly difficult decision to make. It's incredibly different for all the parents that this could impact, and we really appreciate you taking these comments into consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Jake Garfield, then PJ Mannion.
Good evening. My name is Jake Garfield. I'm the proud parent of 3 children at Park Lane. I know you have a very momentous decision on your shoulders. I respect that. I really appreciate that. And when there's a potential permanent closure of a school, it'll change the character of the neighborhoods forever. It'll could change the lives of these students. So that's why there's such a responsibility on the board, more than usual, to be completely unbiased, completely neutral, completely impartial when you're weighing which school to close, and really just rely on the actual facts. On the Long Range Planning Commission, Vice President Edel is part of that Long Range Planning Committee. He's in District 4, and he has no connection to any of the 3 schools that could potentially be closed. That is very appropriate because he can look at it from a neutral position. President Schill represents District 2, where both Bella Vista and Ridgecrest are located, and President Schill is not part of the Long Range Planning Committee. That is also very appropriate because I would imagine that President Schill would feel affinity towards Bella Vista, as anyone should if they've served in a community. That's a positive thing. And so she's not on the Long Range Planning Committee. Board Member Dolly has been serving in the Granite community for years. She's been a force in that community. She's was on their SCC, and that's a wonderful thing. She's very qualified to be on this board. I proudly voted for her. But for this purpose, for the Long Range Planning Committee, it would have been appropriate if she had recused herself. She did not recuse herself, and I think that has put a cloud over this process, and I think you need to keep that in mind. Recently, a parent emailed Board Member Dolly and asked her about her partiality toward Granite. And she said, I understand that I may have biases, but I work really hard to put those aside. I believe her. I believe Board Member Dolly is sincere that she is trying to put those aside, but the right thing to do would simply be step back and recuse herself. I would recommend that you appoint a new long-range planning committee where none of the board members have any connection to any of the schools that are slated from closure, that you start over with a new long-range planning committee and give us new recommendations. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, please, no applause, because we have parents from different communities. So PJ Mannion, then Sarah Mannion.
Thank you for your time and care you're putting into this process. I know decisions like this are not easy, and I respect your responsibility you carry. I'd like to speak in support of keeping Park Lane open. The data is compelling. Park Lane's Facility Conditions Index is 69.66%. Granite is 87.28%. Since a lower FCI score means more useful life, Park Lane is in far better condition. That difference of 18 percentage points isn't small. It represents years of extended use and fewer costly repairs down the road. Park Lane also has the edge in size at 62,216 square feet compared to Granite's 61,709. It's a modest difference, but in real terms, it gives more room for an extended student body. On top of that, Park Lane's playground is nearly brand new with multiple accessible features that benefit all students, not just some. It's true that Granite has newer bathrooms, but a remodel at Park Lane is a much simpler project than relocating an entire student body into a facility that's closer to the end of its life. When we look at both the student experience and the taxpayer investment, Park Lane stands out and as a clear choice for the future. It's a stronger building, a better fit for families, and a smarter use of resources. I trust that as you consider these options, you'll keep the long-term well-being of students at the center. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now Sarah Mannion and then Meg Pack.
Hello, I am here to advocate that the Park Lane schools stay open because student stability and wellness matter in our district. Keeping Park Lane open is the solution that displaces the least amount of children and gives the most kids access to safely walkable schools. One of the best aspects of Park Lane is how walkable and bikeable it is. Every day, rain or shine, you can see dozens and dozens of students out in the fresh air getting exercise and getting themselves to and from school, creating no pollution and drop-off congestion in the meantime. Because our neighborhood is so walkable, Park Lane doesn't require any busing for general education students, which saves hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars each year. Park Lane is ideal for safe walkability because, as has been mentioned, of its central location, the plentiful amount of stop signs, crosswalks, wide shoulders, and sidewalks that stretch out in every direction. Walking to school is just good for kids. It builds community, social benefits, confidence. Research consistently shows that it promotes general health and contributes to students' alertness and cognitive functioning. I'm confident that this healthy daily routine contributes to Park Lane's excellent test scores. Many families, including my own, chose to move into our neighborhood specifically for the ability for our kids to walk and bike to and from school. It is a huge asset that will continue to be a draw for school-aged families to join the neighborhood. The fact is that Granite Elementary is not as central or walkable. There are fewer safe walking routes near the school, and its neighborhood spans a wide area. Far more Granite students currently rely on busing and parent drop-offs. It's also relevant to note that many Granite students in the current boundary actually live closer to Park Lane and would be able to start walking to school if Granite and Park Lane combined into the Park Lane building. I realize that a walkable school is not available to all, and it is an ideal privilege. So when this kind of ideal school does exist, it is a complete waste, and it is thriving. It's a complete waste to see it close down to transport all of its student body to a bus-centric and driven school. The Long Range Planning Committee is supposed to consider walkability, but I urge you to make it a priority. Walkability hugely impacts student safety, health, and academic performance, and it's a crucial reason why, if Granite and Park Lane are to combine, the Park Lane building is a far superior option. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Now Meg Pack, then Kinley Garfield.
I'm Meg Pack. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, and I'm very nervous, so thank you for listening. I've been a proud parent at Park Lane Elementary for 6 years. What I learned at the last board meeting was that Park Lane is at risk, not because of failing academics, but because of a parking lot. District cites cost saving, but hasn't shown the full picture. What about increased costs of busing students, upgrading Granite's older building to house additional students, and continued employment of our cherished teachers, or the impact of losing a trusted community hub? We deserve a full cost-benefit analysis, a fair and inclusive process without bias, and a plan that puts kids first. Another school in our district recently upgraded their parking lot at the cost of roughly $380,000. When you factor in the proposed cost of adding 4 buses to move our kids to Granite, a similar upgrade at Park Lane would break even in less than 2 years, whereas the bus cost would be a continued $200,000 per year, hitting $2 million in wasted taxpayer dollars by year 10.
We'd be increasing the increasing the pollution and risking clean air safety by forcing a fully walkable school community to drive or bus kids to a location that is already heavily congested. Safety concerns have already been addressed, so I'll move on. Park Lane has more square footage, more classrooms, a better FCI score, a higher population, and an open blacktop that has space available for growth. We are ready and excited to adopt the Granite community into our new school community. Enrollment is down, but what if it rebounds? From a fairness standpoint, the decision to preserve Granite would feel unbalanced. The median home price in Park Lane boundary is $735,000, whereas the median home price in Granite is $1.2 million. Closing Park Lane would disproportionately impact middle-tier families while protecting the school located in one of the wealthier boundaries in the district. That raises real equity concerns, especially when you factor in that close to 90% of the students in Park Lane's boundary choose our wonderful walkable school, and only 60% of families located in Granite's boundary choose Granite as their school. This highlights our boundary's robust support for Park Lane. This is a permanent decision based on temporary trends. Please don't turn our beautiful walkable school into a parking lot and bus our children somewhere when they would be happily walking down the street where they go now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kinley Garfield, then Christy Taylor.
Hey, before my time starts, I have a material that was approved. Is that okay if we hold that up? Thank you. So my name's Kinley Garfield. I am a parent of 3 kids at Park Lane and in a couple years, 1 more. And the subcommittee expressed concern about our parking lot in regards to its ability to accommodate enough buses if we were combined with Granite Elementary. Now, before I get into that, like was just said, but I want to reemphasize, if buses were sent to Granite with our students when we combined, that would take 7 regular ed buses. If we were housed at Park Lane, it would take 4. Do the math, and that's $144,000 per year more if we go to Granite. Now, I also want to remind the committee, the board, that our school once housed 600 students at a time. So this is a doable situation. And if we look at this map here, I'm going to step over here if that's okay. Scoot back. Thanks. So you're going to see here, can we hold it up a little bit? Thanks. So this is Eastdale. We've got enough room here between the stop sign and this driveway for 12 buses. Again, we'd need 4 if we combine with Granite. Salt Lake School District has bus drop-offs on the street in front of the school in at least 3 schools that I'm aware of, and possibly more. They've cited no issues there. Another solution that I could think of is this grass space back here is a flat area and it's flush with the street. Has anyone looked into what it would take to turn this into a bus drop-off zone? Same thing with this blacktop right here. I haven't seen any analysis of whether this could be turned into a bus drop-off zone. These are large areas. We have plenty of space for our students to use already. Another thing that I haven't ever seen explored, this is an unused volleyball court at this church next door. It's basically abandoned. Has anyone ever looked into acquiring this property from this church to turn into a bus drop-off zone? Not that I've seen. So, in other words, we need to be creative in considering what we can do about parking and accommodating buses at our school before we ever consider closing our school. If we can't find a solution to that, then the answer to solving Granite's enrollment problem is not to close our school, but not to combine them at all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now we have Christy Taylor, then Stephanie Johnson.
Hello. First of all, I just want to say hello to the members of the board. It's nice to see you all in person. I know we've seen a lot of emails. Thank you for taking the time today to listen to our communities. I know you all have a lot going on, and I appreciate your efforts serving on our board. I really do. I don't envy this situation that you find yourselves in. My name is Christy Taylor, and I am a parent advocating for families that are west of Eastdale and north of 9800 South. We are the pocket who are currently boundaried to Granite Elementary and Albion Middle School. I served as the VP and the PTA president at Granite Elementary, and currently serve on both Albion and Granite's SCCs. Many of us in the Raintree Village currently have 7th graders at Albion and 5th graders at Granite, which is why this comes as such a shock to us. The decision to change our boundary effectively pulls our kids out of not one, but all of their schools. My daughter, Kate, is thriving at Albion as a seventh grader. Reassigning her for just 1 year would be disruptive and harmful during a critical developmental stage. Her little sister, Olivia, is excited to join her at Albion next year. My second grader is also thriving at Granite Elementary. We feel our small number of students in the Raintree Village is not going to make an impact at any of the proposed schools, and it is our intention to special permit, if we must, to the tracks that we are already on. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch the notes here. We feel this does not, our kids do not impact your broader goals of getting the track moving where you want it to go, while not displacing our pocket of students. Students whose parents have all spoken out about special permitting our kids into other schools anyway, including Granite School District, if we must. This has to do with already established volunteering, carpooling, and investment in extracurricular activities. Many of us are invested more north of Sandy. We do understand that Brighton is not our school and our track, but we special permit there, and if you were to drive around our neighborhood, every single kid in that neighborhood has a Brighton sign. We are a tight-knit community out here fighting for the stability of our children's current education. Please join us in that fight and do what's right for our current pocket of students. As you can see, we all care deeply about this effort. We worry about a couple of things when it comes to combining with Park Lane while it is walking distance for us. They have to provide transportation to CTEC, and we want to know how they would justify the cost to transport all the students in a situation where they may already be losing money. The cost of a remodel is more expensive than is what expected. We are also ADA compliant.
Okay, you know, you're like a minute over, so.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, I've got to cut you off.
That's okay. So then I just want to say thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Okay, the next person is Stephanie Johnson, then Ashley Hellstrom.
I'm a little nervous too, so bear with me here. Good evening. My name is Stephanie Johnson. I come here tonight as a grateful parent of an ACC student at Park Lane Elementary. You've heard outstanding research and statistics presented from my fellow Park Lane parents so far this evening. I appreciate all the data that is presented, and I hope you guys do too. When I was approached to come speak tonight, I wanted to find the perfect way to speak about the proposed items moving the ACC program and from Park Lane and the potential closure of Park Lane Elementary. I first tried Copilot because I do that a lot in my job, so I figured maybe that would be the best way to do it. It gave me an awesome response. But after some thinking, I've decided to tell my Park Lane story. My son started his formal education outside of the public school system here in Sandy. My son always struggled academically, but we never could really figure out why he was struggling. We decided to choose to move into the public school system for his first grade year. Within 5 days, his first grade teacher recommended additional testing for my son, noting the struggles and concerns that we had always seen. Within a matter of months, assessments had showed exactly what we needed to do to help our son. Within the ACC program, my son has blossomed into a strong, confident reader within the safe and nurturing walls of Park Lane Elementary. The staff here has been incredibly supportive in so many ways. The inclusive environment has helped my son reach his full potential and finding his voice, which is the most important thing we do with our kids. Moving this critical program or closing Park Lane altogether would likely severely impact his academic future and his overall security within his familiar environment. Please reconsider the proposal of the actions of moving the ACC program from Park Lane and the closing of Park Lane Elementary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So next we have Ashley Hellstrom and then Natalie Anderson.
Good evening. Thank you so much for your time. And I want to say that I appreciate the service that you give our community. And I don't envy the complex situation that you guys are in. I know it's hard. And I know that you have a physical pressure of trying to balance your budget and what the complexity of small, underpopulated elementaries looks like a very reasonable option of how to make the balanced budget. But there are ways, or not ways, but there are
rather than just numbers and maps involved. There's families and communities that are being pretty severely disrupted here. I was in favor of combining the two communities, and we actually advocated for that to happen so that we could have smaller, we were told it would be smaller class sizes. We've actually, I'm sorry, and as context, I'm part of the group on 9400 South and west of Eastsell that's being cut out of the Granite community, where we are losing 2 of our 3 schools. I want to just advocate that we are very invested in our community. Last February, we came to to advocate for our teachers at their request, seeing that they needed a need. And there was about 20 of us here that advocated for teachers to be 2 per grade at Granite, and about 20 people here, and 5 of those were from our community. We continually are invested in being room parents, in being substitute teachers, and being and spending many volunteer hours at the school. We are highly invested in this community. We want to stay. We want to be with them. And it's really hard when our sports and everything and our fundraisers all base around Granite and Albion and Brighton, and for this to be ripped out from us feels pretty betrayed after we've advocated and given so much to try and be cohesive with our school and support our teachers. We also want to just take the impact of what it's doing to our children as well. Over here, so we're trying to tell them we're doing the best that we can. I have a 6th grader who is loving Albion. He was terrified of middle school. He's loving it. I would hate to have to pull him away and have him start over in such a difficult time of life, and also to keep a sibling bonding for his sisters to have the same pathway to the same schools that he's going. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Natalie Anderson, then Alicia Patrick.
Hello. Excuse me, I'm extremely nervous. This isn't usually my thing, and I've never done this before. But in light of everything that's just happened in the past week, not only in Provo, but also in Salt Lake City, I think a lot of parents are feeling very frightened about sending their kids to school. And I don't want to get crazy about things, but I also don't want to be stupid about certain situations. I just wanted to bring to light that, well, I have 2 children at Draper Elementary School, and the past 2 days I have witnessed a person making extremist videos on the path that leads from the Draper Park to the elementary school. It's very close. This elementary school is such an open community, and we appreciate that so much. But at the same time, I feel like it doesn't have the safety that I would desire to send my kids. I just feel like there is some simple ways that we could correct this, that we could have more safety. And one of my suggestions would be simply to just have a police car, not even necessarily a police officer, but just police cars randomly at different schools. Who knows where they're going to be that day? Nobody knows, but just seeing that police car, I believe, is a deterrent for anybody that would want to harm our children or staff members. Let's see, I'm sure I have another good point here. Also, Draper Elementary has a very open playground. A car could drive onto that playground like that. Given what we know about certain tactics, I'm wondering if there could just be planters or barriers put up in certain areas so a car could not just drive onto the playground. Also, this playground is open to the public. I think there should be a gate. And like I said, I don't want to be crazy, but I don't want to be stupid. And thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. So next is Alicia Patrick, then Melanie Griffith.
Good evening, board members. I'm here to speak about the Park Lane and Granite boundary study with a focus, though, on the special education community. I'm speaking as a parent of a child with autism who has now been in 3 different elementary schools, all while living under the same roof in Canyon School District. Our most recent school was Willow Canyon Elementary, where my son attended the EEC program before it was dissolved in the 2023-2024 school year. That transition forced us to find a new school, and we toured Granite's EEC program, but we ultimately decided it wasn't the right environment or academic fit for my son. We then chose to move to Park Lane's ACC program, and that transition has been life-changing.
Park Lane has built a place where special education teachers, like my son's teacher, Miss Velez, can excel. She has helped my son achieve more in 1 year than I can ever imagine possible. Park Lane has created a community where special education teachers feel included and valued. And that culture of support is what allows students, like my son, to succeed. Here's the plan that I'd like for you to consider. First, look at relocating the ABS unit from Quail Hollow to Willow Canyon. This would align the ABS students with their proper feeder school, Eastmont Middle, and then onto Alta High. It creates a clear feeder pathway for the entire southern community for the ABS students and their peers. Second, move Granite's EEC program to Quail Hollow. Quail Hollow sits right next to Albion Middle, which houses an EEC program, aligning these students with their proper feeder middle school. This move would then align them with Brighton High School, which houses an EEC program, keeping them with their peers all the way through graduation. And last, keep ACC at Park Lane. This preserves the natural feeder system pathway into Eastmont Middle School and onto Jordan High School, while avoiding clustering 2 ACC programs with less than 2 miles, since Glacier Hills already has one. I respectfully ask you to work with the Canyon School District Special Education Director, Terry Mitchell, and her team. They know our community best and can help make sure that these decisions aren't just about this year, but about creating stability for years to come. Please don't let our special education community become an oversight or face unnecessary disruption again. We all belong and we all want to be included. And that starts with thoughtful planning, not just placement.
Okay, thank you. Melanie Griffith and Laura Miller.
Sorry, I'm not the celebrity Melanie Griffith, just a schmo. So I'm Melanie Griffith. I'm a very heavily involved parent at Park Lane Elementary. I'm on the SEC. I volunteer in the classrooms. I'm running their reading program, very involved. I'm also here to advocate to keep Park Lane open. I remember you from Willow Canyon. I used to have kids at Willow Canyon. Everything that I have written down here has been said, but as you all teach in school, repetition is the best way to learn. So I just want to remind you of a few topics, that the enrollment at Park Lane is higher than the enrollment at Granite. And it's going to continue to be that way because of the home prices that other people previously stated. The home prices in the Park Lane area are more suitable for families with children. And in fact, this year our kindergarten class is larger than last year's kindergarten class, so that's showing growth in the neighborhood. I'm also involved in the LDS wards, and I'm seeing an increase in the primaries in my area too. I know there are more children moving into our area. So the enrollment, we've been talking about that. Also, I'm a business owner. I have 160 employees. My product is a chicken sandwich. Your product is an education and great test scores. And I know in my business, if I can't sell chicken sandwiches unless my employees are happy and my customers are happy. You guys have employees and parents and students who are all very concerned. And if all those things, sorry, my voice is so gone. If all of those people are concerned, the test scores are going to struggle. Your product is going to struggle. And I just want to see the Park Lane community stay open because it's such a great community. The enrollment is high. You have so much parental involvement. The walking issue is a huge issue for us because if you come and spend a morning around Park Lane, you will see the number of students and parents that are walking with their children, biking with their children. You see tandem bikes, you see trailers. It's really an incredible thing to see. So due to our population being higher and our home prices being more friendly and the community, I plead that you keep Park Lane open. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Laura Miller.
Hi, my name is Laura Miller, and I'm here to voice some concerns regarding the boundary changes and the impact on our most vulnerable students, the students in the ECC program. I understand that combining schools brings benefits like better resources and more opportunities for students, but I'm worried that in this process, we've overlooked the needs of students who rely on transportation to get to school. My child, like many others in the ECC program, do not live within the new boundaries. We do not have the luxury of walking to school. Park Lane simply does not have the infrastructure to support the number of buses needed. Granite Elementary can fit up to 15 buses, but Park Lane cannot.
without a bus lane and with a parking lot that is not ADA compliant, it is not safe for these students to get to school. I have seen how combining schools can work, like Edgemont and Bellevue Elementary turned into Glacier, where my son is currently at. It isn't easy, but it was ultimately beneficial. I'm not opposed to these changes, but I urge the district to prioritize the needs of our most vulnerable students in this transition. I ask that you consider a dedicated bus lane or safe drop-off areas. Ensure ADA compliance in the parking and drop-off zones. Clear communication with parents about transportation logistics. We can make these changes work, but we need to ensure safety and accessibility for every child. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that ends patron comment time, and I just want to thank you all for being here, and also thank you for your respectful manner in addressing the board. And we really do care about what you guys say, and we will continue to think about this and work on this process. So, thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is our consent agenda, and I will now take a motion to approve that, and please read each item individually.
I'll make a motion for that, to approve tonight's consent agenda, which includes item A, approval of minutes for September 2nd, 2025. Item B, approval of hire and termination reports. Item C, approval of purchasing bids. Item D, approval of August financial reports. Item E, approval of memorandum of understanding between Canyon School District and Alpine School District regarding Suncrest busing. Item F, approval of consideration for closing Granite Elementary. Item G, approval of consideration for closing Park Lane Elementary. Item F, approval of Canyons Innovation Center naming and branding. Item I, approval of Ridgecrest Elementary TSSP/Land Trust Amendment. Item J, approval of East Midvale Elementary TSSP/Land Trust Amendment. Item K, approval of Life Skills Academy Land Trust Amendment. Item L, approval of LEA-specific licenses and endorsements. And item M, approval of Crescent Elementary TSSP/Land Trust Amendment.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is our policy update, and Jeffrey Christensen, Assistant Legal Counsel, will present this, and this is second reading, possible action.
Thank you, President Schill. These policies were brought up at our last study session. No new legislation. We're just doing some cleanup issues and trying to make our policies more compliant, user-friendly in some areas. The first one is our copyright policy. No changes in federal law, but we've updated some guidelines and checklists to make review of documents that we'll be using as instruction more accessible and available for teachers. So a couple of updates to the exhibits. In our emergency and safety procedures policy, there was a board rule passed, and this is just an alignment with that policy to review and conduct safety drills, as well as designate a week as an emergency response week, and also to update the former emergency response plan committee with the emergency management team. The next policy is our named gifts and memorials. This policy is going to be retitled. It's going to be expanded to be named naming facilities and naming rights. This will allow us with the upcoming purchase of the eBay property, now the Canyons Innovation Center at the Point. It's going to have our ability to work with outside entities to name certain sections of the building, and this policy will allow that, giving the flexibility to the board to publicly recognize entities and also enter into an agreements for naming rights. The next two policies are our evaluation policies, and there is a state statute and board rule that allows that to be done on a 4-year cycle rather than 3, and these are just cosmetic changes to align with that board rule. And then the last policy, or two more, there's
our technology resources and electronic device policy. We're just cleaning, deleting some language so that when we do our annual registration process, it doesn't appear that our policies that all students are subject to when they enroll, it doesn't appear as an agreement. It's just that as you register, you're subject to all district policies, including those that govern technology. And then the last is just in alignment with state statute. The state legislature expanded another valid excuse for attendance, and to align with that statute, we've added it to our attendance policy. I can answer any questions. These are for second reading possible action.
Thanks for being here.
Okay, sorry, Holly's on Zoom and we're hearing her. So, yeah, because you keep looking like one of us is saying something we're not.
No, I just heard something. If it's a question, I'll answer it, but I'm hearing voices, so, you know.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Not a problem.
We're all hearing some voices. Okay, board, are there any questions to Mr. Christensen? Okay, we did discuss these policies last meeting, so I feel like we're pretty familiar with them. I don't know if we're ready to make a motion. We could do that if anyone wants to.
I'm wondering if we ought to wait until Ms. Deli and Ms. Nyber are both here with us to be able to speak to it. Or I don't know if there's anyone else feels differently.
Way. I'm sure Mr. Christensen would love to come back and give this presentation again to us.
If there aren't any questions, there weren't any questions at our previous reading, so I would recommend that based on no questions that we proceed forward. We've got others to review and we'll bring them back. I don't think there's any real objection. These are primarily alignment issues.
Like
there's nothing controversial
just aligning with law, other than maybe
aligning with law and expanding our naming rights policy, which we've discussed.
Okay, Mr. Edel had a comment.
Yeah, it was just that I was actually going to make the exact same point that Jeff made, which is that we're going to be having other policies start to rotate through, and so instead of him having to do two separate presentations as we move forward, that since there has been no comments or feedback, then I was going to move into a motion, but I just wanted to explain why I was ready to let it just sit for a third reading just because. But then I thought of the exact same point at the exact same time, so we're linked today.
Hearing voices, we're on the same wavelength.
So with that, I move that we adopt policy 300.04, 300.05, 300.10, 400.31, 400.32, 500.06, and 500.35 as presented.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I will second.
Okay, who was first? We'll let Mrs. Nybar go. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion to these policies? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Now thank you, Mr. Christensen. We appreciate it. We will now go on to item B, and that is strategic plan discussion and legislative report by Superintendent Robbins.
Thank you, President Schill. We've been talking about this for a while. It's great to finally get to our strategic plan and kind of a reboot. First off, though, just want to express my deep appreciation to all of our patrons, parents, employees, and everybody that has shared their thoughts tonight. And I think in the wake of everything happening in our country, this is a wonderful example of what our democracy and republic's all about. And I hope, I've said this before, I hope we don't ever lose sight of that coming together and trying to solve these very difficult problems as a community is what makes us American. It's what makes our country great. And I think, you know, as long as we're able to hold on to those ideals and we can treat each other with dignity and respect and kindness, that, you know, there's plenty of intelligence in the room that we can solve these difficult issues. So I just really appreciate all of the feedback. There's a lot tonight that I certainly learned and took from the comments, and just remind the public that we have many more hearings to come and more board meetings to come until the board ultimately will make a decision. But I think that feedback's been terrific. So a little bit about this presentation. You know, you think about when we first did our strategic plan right in the middle of the pandemic and some of the influences and things that were happening, not to give us all PTSD about that time. But, you know, there were certain things that were happening that have changed, right? And so it probably, you know, is a good time to reboot, to rethink where we're at on that. We know that as we go forward, that as public education evolves, that we're becoming more and more to more people, and what that means to their families and what that provides. And you can see that tonight, just that deep culture and commitment to our schools, and it's just awesome to be able to understand and hear the value that our schools bring to our families and our students. And I think, you know, that's the challenge too, right? That makes it that much more difficult because in Canyons we do have excellent schools and a commitment to providing a world-class education to our kids. And I don't think that why is ever going to change. And so as we go through this, I think really for me tonight, what this presentation about is really just to tee up and revisit and reboot our why around our strategic plan, to kind of understand, you know, some of the data points that we've looked at, maybe to rethink our indicators, to rethink what we're measuring when it comes to successful outcomes, because things have changed since we wrote the plan. We always said when we did our strategic plan that it really would be a living document, that it's not something to just sit on a shelf, but it is our North Star. It guides all of our decisions in doing what we think is best for kids. So we'll get right into it, but that's kind of the premise. We'll end with one, looking at the why again, but then kind of thinking about the what and the how. And maybe what I would ask as a final objective is to be thinking about the direction that you'd like to give us in our next roundtable. What are the topics? What are the things that you'd like to see in our committee work and moving the district forward in making those decisions? Many of those topics have been shared tonight by some of our parents and constituents. So we can take a look at those, and I'll answer questions as we go, or we can wait till the end. So you can see just a little bit about Canyons going on 16 years strong. You can see the tenets there that the district was founded on: student achievement, community engagement, customer service, innovation, and fiscal responsibility. Largely, the indicators that we've measured for success have been aligned with those tenets, and they have been a great goalpost to really guide our decisions over the years in the district. And you can see just some of the data points I thought were worth sharing to, you know, kind of demonstrate that commitment to excellence. Again, you know, we continue to outpace our Utah peers by a large margin. Our AP pass rates are high. Graduation rate hovers at around 90%. Still work to do there to improve. 70% of our students K-3 are proficient in reading, although in third grade proficiency is down from previous years. And so I think, and we saw that, I don't know if there was an article just recently about NAEP scores around the country have taken a little bit of a dip. I don't know if that's a result of the pandemic, the economy, inflation, housing issues and whatnot, but all of these social factors and everything that are at play have definitely had an impact on our students. You can see there, very proud of the fact that we're #1 in Utah in composite score on the ACT. 73% of our students score above 18, and we overtook Park City in the #1 slot this year. So Park City only has 5,000 kids, so awesome to take that #1 slot from them. And then you can also see this year, our seniors 50 million plus in scholarship offers. So it's just amazing, and that's, you know, everything in the arts, academics, athletics. Our students continue to thrive and really, you know, pursue greatness. And, you know, very proud of the fact that 83% of our students in their senior exit survey, indicated that they were very happy with their education in Canyon School District. I think a hallmark of our district has been to continue to develop and remodel and build state-of-the-art facilities for our students to learn in. And as we think about, you know, merging schools, you know, and I know this has been a topic, and we've looked at our debt capacity, you know, going forward, that, you know, that may be something that we look at is that as we combine communities, that we rebuild. And I think that's something that our patrons and our families in Canyons have really prided themselves on, is that they want the very best facilities for their students to walk in every day. And I certainly see that. You walk into our schools, our kids feel that pride. They feel that energy. They know it's important. They know that, you know, our facilities are well taken care of, and it just sends that message that you're important and your future matters. A little bit about our employees and some of the things that we've been working on, and this is an issue as well as a positive. Over the last 3 years, our teacher retention rate has hovered at 90%, which is excellent. So through all of the compensation and benefits that the board has passed, you can see, you know, we've increased pay. I believe the number I read last was around 27% over the last 5 years, which is excellent. And you see that satisfaction survey satisfaction rate continue to climb. But with that, you can also see that many of our teachers are within the first 3 years or the first 7 years of their teaching experience. And so that comes with challenging. That also indicates to me that PLCs and training and PD is absolutely critical for these new teachers, especially when you consider all the issues that we've dealt with behavior and attendance and some of the issues that we've had. And so continuing to float all boats to make sure they have the support they need, I think is important. Then you can also see administration and ESP satisfaction. I noticed, you know, we have employees here tonight, long way to go there, right? You know, I know that we're never going to be perfect in everything that we can deliver on, but I know the conversations that we have truly are to try to do what's best for our students first and our employees, you know, right there as well. So thinking about, you know, some of the trade winds and some of the things that are changing that, you know, you might want to think about as we go into roundtable and thinking about where best to allocate funds to support our students. You can see these changing demographics. We're right at 30% economically disadvantaged, and we heard Sebastian talk about that and how that impacts our school lunch program. Interestingly, you know, that also has a great impact on student opportunity, right? And thinking about, you know, all of the experiences they have in our schools. You can also see there, I don't think people realize 5% of our population is homeless. We have many, many kids, hundreds of students that qualify under McKinney-Vento for homeless services. And then you can also see the increase in multilingual learners. We've seen that explode over the last couple of years, and now we're up to 79 language spoken in the district. So, you know, when you put yourself, you know, in a classroom as a teacher and you have this many diverse learners, and the promise that we're going to personalize learning for every student to meet them where they're at, that's a heavy lift, right? And I feel like, you know, we're doing everything that we can to continue to support that. You know, part of that is getting the very best teachers that we can and making sure that they're happy and they're compensated, and also including technology in that equation, really to meet our students' needs where they're at in their learning. We're still dealing with this absenteeism challenge. These are some of the challenges that, and this isn't, you know, unique to Canyons. Most districts in the state and country are not immune. We are down from, if you recall, the last time we looked at this number, we were about 36% chronically absent when we first ran this report a few years ago. We're down to 31%, which is, you know, a great reflection on all the hard work, reaching out and building relationships with our families, and the great work that our teachers and our admin and our staff and all of our employees deploy each and every day. But it's still, you know, that's tough. And we know there's very clear correlation in student achievement. You can see there in our math and science proficiency in grades 3 through 8, we're down slightly. I don't know that it sends panic in motion, but when students are not in school, they're not learning. It's hard to teach when they're not there. And so, and that, you know, when you look at chronically absent, that means they're missing more than 10% of the time. So if you're a student that, especially in those lower grades, it's just so difficult, as we know, that climb, that uphill climb is so steep if you get behind even a few days with early literacy in math. So that might be something to think about. And I'm grateful, you know, to our state. They've launched a campaign to, you know, really highlight absenteeism in our state. And again, this is a nationwide issue that I think, coming out of the pandemic, that everybody is looking at. Now, I want to also just pause right there. Early on, this is very early, right? We're only in school a couple of weeks, but things are trending in the right direction. So I want to highlight some hope there. You see there the bottom, 241 district level hearings in our DCMT program last year. Right now that number is drastically lower. I mean, much, much lower. Only maybe a dozen DCMT referrals up to this point, and we had triple or quadruple that last year at this time. So when you're thinking about Thrive Time and all the supports that Brian and his team have put in place, everything that we've done with cell phone policy and technology, and really trying to focus on direct instruction and relationships, I think all of those things culminating are making a difference. I heard from a couple of teachers today that just said, hey, anecdotally, all the things that we're doing as a district with technology when it comes to cell phones especially, and really just, you know, getting back to the expectation that students connect and that they build those relationships, and it's not, you know, based on technology, that technology's there as a support, but students aren't glued to their phones, and they're just seeing much more positive behavior with our students, and that's starting to reflect in some of the numbers in our DCMT cases. So I think that's, you know, some excellent news to start out the school year. So, you know, thinking about what does this look like on the national stage and at a state level and a regional stage, right? And looking at our portrait of a scholar and some of the things that we've been working on, I think really leans in to the vision and the direction that our nation's heading in when it comes to workforce development and really engaging our students in a different way. I think we've heard a lot about, you know, degrees to nowhere, that many of our college students graduate and say, you know, well, what was the purpose? What are the skills? What skills do I gain by this experience that, you know, make me competitive in the global market? And I feel like all of, you know, our attributes and dispositions that we support in Canyons tightly align to that vision. But, you know, can we do more? And yes, you know, I think the vision we have at the Innovation Center to really backward map that in a way that filters all the way down to, you know, as young as preschool, kindergarten students, that they really do get that hands-on experience that is going to help compel them and really propel them forward in their learning and in their engagement to gain the skills necessary to help them be successful in their career and life. And we put this slide in because I think it kind of highlights some of the trend lines that we're seeing on a state and national level. You can see that there's a lot of support for workforce development and really thinking about what do those skills, actually look like. We're seeing much more support for states in block grant funding to make those types of decisions that are flexible to us. And you can also see that in the Utah priorities that our legislature set out in their audit that really highlight that, right? Occupational skills right at the top, and then also some of the things that we've talked about that are dispositions in our plan with character development and literacy and numeracy. High quality instruction always going to be a foundation to success. So you can kind of see some of the trends there that we're aligning to and we're coherent with. And this plays out in some of the data, right? We know that students that engage in CTE pathways as completers or concentrators, meaning that they take 2 classes in one of these pathways, the graduation rate hovers around 97 to 99%, and that crosses all student populations. So they may be multilingual, they may be in special ed, they may be economically disadvantaged. If they engage in these pathways, it's almost certain graduation. And I think, it's pretty obvious we see the reason why, because they see the end goal, they see how this has a direct impact on their employability and the skills that they have to move forward. So continuing to think that through and what that looks like, I think, thinking about maybe some ways that we want to continue to measure as we go forward in our plan, maybe something to think about. I also want to add too, I think there's a difference. I think one thing that when it comes to our strategic plan and some of the things that we've done, there's a difference between the indicators and the things that we measure and what we report, right? I mean, I would recommend that we still have our committees and our committee leads continue to report to the board as we've done. They're all amazing leaders doing a great job. But I think sometimes, as I said, we get into the weeds on so many things, and frankly, we're good at almost all of them, that we kind of get lost in the question of, is that really something as an indicator that we want to measure? Or is that something that just, is necessary in a report to the board? So when you look at our 4 committees that through our strategic plan and thinking about those goals and those success criteria, these are just some of the things that roll around in Rick's brain a lot that are constantly on my mind and that I'm thinking about. I asked McKay and Leon one day, I had just had these drawn up, and you guys have been in my office, I had these drawn up in my office, and I said, where do we, when we start to think about how do we narrow it down into, much more manageable, chewable parts that we can, truly accomplish what we want. And you look at the list, I don't know that any are any less important, are any less of a priority. But as you all know, the resources are finite. And so trying to prioritize those, I think in this next round as we kind of reboot on the strategic plan, maybe we prioritize these and kind of look at, a couple of them to really hone in on, okay, what do we want to, get done with that? And not that anything's any more important, but as I've said before, the airframe is bending, right? I mean, our resources are maxed and stretched to the max, and so where do we get the most value in where we allocate those supports? But this is not all inclusive, right? I know there's many other things that you're probably looking at it and going, what about this? What about that? These are just some of the major rocks that are kind of in our backpack right now that as a district that we're carrying that, frankly are pretty heavy. So not all inclusive, but just to get you thinking about how do we prioritize these. So we talked a little bit about, right, some of the why. So then it kind of comes down to, and they, by no means are these outlined in any particular order. This is just kind of a brain dump thinking about what this might look like as we go forward in a roundtable, but thinking about, you know, again, what is our why, and then what's the what and the how. So how do we define those goals, and then, or what do we define, and then how do we align those goals and strategies and resources to our plan, and then determining, okay, from that, then what is an indicator that we'd like, you know, goal set, and we measure progress on that. I do think we can be more formative that way. I think sometimes in education, you know, we look at it more as an autopsy instead of an ongoing kind of a, you know, health checkup, which, you know, we know health checkups are much more effective than waiting till the end to try to fix something that maybe we can't. So maybe that's something that we look at as well. But those are just some ideas as we think about roundtable and how we might, you know, go about this process. So that is the quick Reader's Digest version of a lot.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. Board, I mean, I think we've got to kind of dive into a lot deeper some of these topics in the future. But anyway, Board, if you have any questions or comments, and we will plan a roundtable in the next few months where we can do a deeper dive on these things. Mrs. Oaks.
You've heard me say this before, and it's not meant to bag on any of the other committees because they're doing phenomenal work, and I can see we're almost like a victim of our own capacity. Like, I think we get in some of these meetings and we're like, oh, we could do this and this and this and this, and it gets pretty overwhelming really fast. My big caution is that you know, when we did the strategic plan, the main focus, the primary and most important focus at the beginning, and the one that has twice as much content, is high quality learning. Mm-hmm. And quite honestly, that is why we're here. Mm-hmm. I mean, the whole purpose of a school district is to create an opportunity for high quality learning. The human-centered supports obviously have to happen in order to support kids, access and opportunity. These, I see those all in supportive roles of the first one. And as you know, I've been a bit frustrated that we haven't made as much progress with high quality learning as I think we could have. And so I would love, you know, when we're looking at this and we're weighting things, I just want to be careful that we're not necessarily weighting them only as 4 equal parts, but let's consider that the high quality learning really is the umbrella, and then the other things kind of come up underneath as a support. There is so much that we need to be looking at with regard to this, and you're right, the whole landscape has changed in the last 5 years. I mean, AI was not a looming figure. And like, I even got an email that I read and opened today from the Sutherland Institute, a very conservative organization, talking about how critical it is that our kids are learning how to be able to effectively navigate AI. Everyone across the spectrum is discussing that. And the conference that we just attended, you know, some of us over the weekend, Ogden School District did an incredible job presenting what they've been working on in the last 3 years to bring their district up to speed. So some of these things are really big. Again, I have a lot of empathy for the fact that on that list, like, how in the world do you cut anything out? But again, let's remember the reason we're here is for the kids to have joyful, hands-on learning experiences where they're excited to come to school and they're excited to learn. I read a synopsis of a book called The Smartest Kids in the World. The author actually interviewed students from 3 of the highest performing countries for the PISA test, the international exam. It was from Finland, South Korea, and Poland. And it was fascinating to read that the thing that connected all of them, very different cultures and very different approaches and reasons why the kids were successful, but across the board, the biggest thing was that in their cultures or in their homes is that there was a cultivation of a joy for learning. And that is where I'm coming from. If we don't create that or cultivate that. All of the other stuff doesn't really matter very much, in my opinion. So those are my 2 cents.
Thank you, Amanda.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to make any comments? Okay, wow. Okay, I guess that's all. I think we will schedule a board roundtable, and then we can be looking at our focus groups and our indicators and see if we can align them a little bit.
And our committees are starting to meet, so I think, this is a good launch to that I think when you get ready to schedule the roundtable, that we can get more data in each of these areas to, bring that forward, and then you can kind of extrapolate from that, like where you want that to go. But I do think, to Amanda's point, in thinking about most of the indicators that are aligned to the tenants, those were put in place when the district first opened. So, and we have added some, right? I mean, some of these things even now, like with absenteeism and failing grades, I mean, there are things that we've added since, but to your point, I mean, the landscape is so much different, and it's just evolving as we speak. And so, how do we go forward to really prioritize that to line up with all the needs that we have currently? I think that's going to be the task. So it'll be fun.
Yeah, thank you. Superintendent, while you're standing there, do you want to start with superintendent report? So we don't have to wait for you to
I think I've said enough. I just, I just want to reiterate again, I know, even within our own employees, there's a lot of stress. I see it, I feel it, and for a lot of different reasons. And I mentioned to our operations group, our directors and all of our coordinators Monday morning, I just hope people will give each other space to be vulnerable, to talk about, whatever is on their mind, that we give each other a little bit of grace and kindness in this day and age. I don't think that there's ever enough of that, frankly. But and I think we're all wanting that. Sometimes we just don't know how to ask for it or go about it. I mean, we were in a pandemic where we were told to stand 6 feet away and don't shake hands for 2 years. I mean, so I think we got to learn to re-engage with each other in a kind, empathetic, civil way. So just appreciate the opportunity, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. Now, Mr. Wilcox for the Business Administrator's report.
Yes, thank you, President Schill. I just want a couple things. Just want to thank all the patrons who come and spoke tonight. I, along with Rick, learned quite a bit tonight on the comments. Lots of times we don't always like what the legislature puts forward to us, but when they crafted this bill a couple of years ago on school boundaries, and if you close a school, the process you have to go through it, there's some wisdom behind it, and this is why tonight gives us that 3-month period at least to gather this feedback and before we make a final decision. So I do appreciate everyone who came and spoke tonight for their feedback. Just want to update the board. You probably know we'll be transitioning to a new Skyward system called Q soon. This is we've updated Skyward. We've had monthly updates for the last 16 years. This is a complete overhaul. This is like going from a old wall phone to a cell phone, what we're doing now. It's a complete overhaul. We've sent out, I won't go through all the dates, we've sent all those out to employees, but essentially starting in October 13th, for 2 weeks, we will not have access to Skyward on the finance side. So that implies purchasing, human resources, accounting, the warehouse, payroll. So we have booked all these things in advance. We will be running 2 payrolls at the end of September, one for the regular September 29th payroll, and then, the September 30th payroll, and then one on for the October 15th payroll. So we'll cover that in advance. We know our employees have to get paid on the regular dates, and then we should be up and running the week after fall break to do the payroll on October 31st. But we've planned all this out, but there will be some disruptions. Our hourly employees will have to track time by hand back in the old days for about 4 weeks while we make this transition, and then
have them inputted into the system as well. So all this, we've worked out with the principals and hopefully all the employees on this, but there will be some headaches going forward with this transition. We've been gearing up for this for over a year now, so we are ready to go. This is just the first, I'll call it the first baby step. Next summer, we will be transitioning to Skyward Q on the student side. So you have a whole new grade book, whole new grading system, attendance, everything there on that the schools use on a daily basis, as well as our parents. So that will be a much, much bigger transition. So wanted to just make you aware of that. So that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilcox. We're going to start tonight with board comments with Mrs. Pedersen.
I'm glad, Leon, that we are just taking baby steps, but that we are making steps. Apologize for the voice, I have a cold. Deeper than usual. Because it is difficult to change to these new systems, but it makes such a big difference in the long run. So change is hard, and we go through change a lot. And the technology is good to change to, but it's going to be an interesting transition. I first want to appreciate, and you will see a release from our communications department in Parent Square, that our governor has sent out a video to our students that you can choose as a parent if you wish to share it with your children or not, concerning the senseless shooting of UVU. He does not discuss any of the names of who's involved or any of the politics of it, but I really appreciated the fact that he reminds us to choose humanity, connection, and love. Forgiveness breaks the cycle of violence. He just says, don't believe everything you hear on the internet. And don't, even more importantly, not only don't believe, but don't react. Think. Take a moment, think, is it true, is it kind, those kinds of things. So it's a really good opener for a discussion with you and your child. If you'd like to share it, it's only 2 minutes long, it's really short. But I did watch it and I was impressed at the quality of information that he's sharing and the philosophy he'd like you to be able to discuss if you choose to. I also have huge appreciation to our CSD communities who have sent many, 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 many emails and who come to speak to us, because it's so important that we know how you feel. But I do want to mention we hear the same thing over and over and over and over. So I don't say that's wrong. I'm just saying I think we're getting the message. I mean, we know exactly how your community feels. I just want you to think about, as we are trying as a district to keep communities together, that one of the problems that we're running into, and you've even addressed it yourselves, that parents will also, that parents choose to send their kids somewhere else no matter what we do. And we believe in that. We believe in choice. But I'm hoping if we're taking this much effort to make sure we keep communities together, that you do too. That try not to choose out of boundaries for the middle and high schoolers, because you want your kids to be together. You want your families to be together, and then you all go different directions. I think if you really want to build the community and keep it truly strong, and it will benefit not just your elementary, but your middle school and your high school, if we can really build that community, we will have even better successes in our schools. So we're doing what we can to keep you together. Now we need you to help us keep it together as well. We realize there's 110 million reasons, and they're all valid, and you have choice. You truly do. But it's made this so much more difficult, because no matter what we do, some of you'll say, well, forget it. I'm just going to take off. And that either lowers a school or it crowds a school, and some of the factors that we're trying to compensate for or to look ahead for are so difficult when we don't know what you're going to do. We have no idea. We know what the past has been, but we don't know what the future will be and never will. So I just wanted to mention that because I think it's really important. I grew up in a school, we walked to school, so I'm a walking parent. I mean, I know how much fun we had walking. We felt sorry for the bus kids, by the way, when we were walking to school, and we walked quite a ways. The whole neighborhood just kind of gathered up and we walked to school. And I remember coming out and we just felt so bad for those kids that had to get on the bus because they didn't get to walk with their friends. So I lived that. That's my lived experience. And I know that we traveled as a pack, not in all the same classes, but we definitely knew which schools we were going to be going to, and it built an identity. You looked forward to say, hey, I'm going to be a
whatever the mascot is. I went to Cottonwood High, so I'm gonna be a Colt. And here I knew that all the way back down in elementary school. So keep that in consideration, because we're trying to. And then I really appreciate the opportunity that the board has, and our leadership, to go to ongoing training. We probably get far more training on how to be a school board than the legislators get on how to be a legislator. They think we don't know anything, and yet we're trained over and over and over again. We did go this last weekend to the Council of Urban Boards of Education. They called it CUBE conference, and we received training on AI, the boundaries, appropriate boundaries, and the appropriate use of education of AI in our educational classrooms, as shared by other people who've ventured farther than maybe we have. Ogden really did do an awesome presentation. We went to a presentation about STEAM, and they mentioned that it's as essential for equity. It's essential for equity and student success, all the way from K-12. And they're helping us to. It's nice not to have to always invent the wheel, but if you can take ideas of what other people are doing. We do that often, and that's probably why we're able to move as fast as we do, is because we do get additional training. We also got training on how we're going to how others have improved their graduation and attendance rates. We're all in the same boat in the United States. Everybody's got the very same problem right there. And so having all of us be able to work on that together and have conversations with people from all over the United States, it was amazing. It was really fun. Sit next to someone from New York or someone from Texas. And I just want everyone to remember that we are all humans trying to do our very best. And we are going to truly take all this input that we're receiving, and we appreciate that. And then we're going to try and condense it down and do what's the very best for the for the majority of the people. It's always going to we're always going to have a problem where it's not going to fit some people. But we're going to try and get the most. And do the thing that's long-term, the very best that we can do. So anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do want to clarify one thing. The governor's message is for high school students. So parents of high school students will receive that message, not younger kids. So I'm sure if you want to see it, you could probably find it on YouTube somewhere. But anyway, okay, Mrs. Oaks.
Thank you. I also loved the CUBE conference. It was amazing. I don't know how many of you have ever had the chance to watch the film Just Mercy, but the lawyer that book was written about, who has pursued justice for those on death row that were wrongly convicted, he spoke to us that day, or one of the days that we were there. It was an incredible address and deeply moving. And in light of the events that took place in our state last week, it hit very close to home. I've been thinking a lot about what it means for our state. As I've been talking to my children at home, I have some kids that go to school in close proximity to UVU. I have children, one child in middle school, one in high school, and knowing how to talk to your kids about what this means is tricky. But I will say, I know that the answer is not rage, and nor is contempt. The answer is reconciliation. One of the writers that I have really come to love and admire his work over the last several years is Arthur Brooks. And several years ago, he wrote a book called Love Your Enemies, and he talked about the fact that if we want to solve the problem of polarization today, we have to solve the contempt problem. He mentions that disagreement is good because competition is good. It makes us sharper and stronger. But contempt is always bad. It poisons us and our relationships. I think it's so important to remember how easy throughout the history of the world, and even now, it is for us to demonize people. Especially with social media being what it is, it's so easy for people to get on and put on sound bites or sound clips and say things that they would never say to a human being in their presence.
especially if they were looking them in the eyes. We have seen horrific acts of violence from both the right and the left, and they're both equally abhorrent. And never should we ever persist or lay inappropriate examples to our youth that demonizing another person is appropriate. I don't care what they believe. I don't care what they say. To be able to hold space and to consider and to talk with civic and respectful dialogue is critical to a society, and it's actually one of the most important roles of education, is to foster understanding across differences. I want to thank the communities that came here and spoke to us tonight. They were very respectful. They were very kind. And even though you guys have very differing opinions, I appreciate that you approached this in a way that was so appropriate. I just keep thinking more and more about the importance of making sure that our kids in school are learning these skill sets, that they're learning to put away their phones, to put away their devices, and to see each other as human beings, because I guarantee what we share and have in common is significantly greater than what we don't. I hope that no matter what happens with these school communities, that we will be able to pick up and move forward and do beautiful things together. I believe in the power of reconciliation and peace. And I believe in the power of public education to cultivate that. It's actually, I've been inwardly tickled to hear how much you guys love your schools. I mean, really, you love your principals, you love your teachers, you love your school community. If anything, like maybe we did too much of a bang-up job, like really cultivating the sense of community in every school, so much so that it feels like I can't possibly make a change. And it is extraordinarily painful. I don't want to diminish that, but it also highlights incredible strength and goodness in so many pockets of this district, for which I am grateful. And I am grateful for every parent, every teacher, every admin in this school district and in its boundaries who seek for the betterment of children and who set appropriate examples of kindness and respect. Because I know there's a lot more of us that do believe in that than those that don't. So, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edel.
I want to thank everyone who came tonight and those who spoke. Extra thanks to those of you who are still here at almost 9 o'clock or those who are still watching. You guys are the true champions. Your schools and the students within them, they're doing so well because of you. And I think that was very evident tonight with the public comment that we got. This is a hard time, and it's an emotional time, yet everyone was very polite, everyone was articulate. You are the reason that your school communities do so well. You are the reason that your students do so well. And I just want to say thank you for being the people that you are, and thank you for raising students that will shepherd the new generation. I mean, I can tell that they're going to be amazing people, and my kids are lucky to be able to go in the cohorts alongside them. So thank you. I hope for those who wish to continue to provide comment and input during this period that you do so. Community input is so, so, so important. And I don't just say that just to say it. I say it because it's true. And each time as well, there's going to be different things that maybe we weren't aware of that we needed to know. And that's only going to come from you. So thank you to everyone who's participated thus far. And I would encourage people to continue that dialogue and to continue to provide community input as we move through this process. And since it's a little late, I'll go ahead and end there. So thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edel. Mr. Jackson. Oh my gosh, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you. I also had the opportunity to attend CUBE this week. That was a spectacular conference. I also want to thank our patrons for showing up.
This is the most busy I've ever seen this room on my 8 months on this board. I have never seen the room this busy, and I loved to hear from everyone, and I've taken countless emails. I can't possibly personally respond to each and every single email, but I am reading all of them, so thank you for submitting your input. It is super, super important. Keep being involved. And I have one little statement. I hope I can get through this without coughing. A wave of political violence in the United States came to Utah this last week. And as I said a couple months ago, when those 2 Minnesota state lawmakers were assassinated, no one deserves to have their life ended like Charlie, period, to preface. If you feel your worldview and ideology cannot be realized or justified unless through means of violence, then it is time to reevaluate your worldview, because violence has no place in a civilized society's political process. At the end of the day, no one deserved to die like Charlie Kirk did. To die publicly, quickly, and on camera for the world to relitigate ad nauseum is a nightmare for anyone imagining their own passing. Not to mention the effect it had on his family members. No one deserves to die like that, and it has no place in policymaking, in the narrative of this country. It has no place. Please take time over this next week, and just as you build your lifestyle, take time to be off the internet. Social media is designed to infuriate and engage and to drive profit and attention. As a young person who has handed a phone, who has had a phone both in and out of the classroom, I know the effects, not just short-term, but long-term for the rest of a person's life that comes from having internet access at a young age. And we saw it this week on the UVU campus. Parents, please monitor your kids' access on private devices at home. We, as we all know, we relitigated our Chromebook policy, but it is a two-pronged effort to keep our kids digitally literate and safe on the internet. We only have your kids for about 7 hours a day. The rest of those hours are at home with personal devices we cannot monitor. And that is where a lot of the damage is coming from. And we're seeing it in our society. So please, please, please monitor what your kids are watching on the internet. I was one of those kids who had unmonitored access to the internet. My friends had unmonitored access to the internet. And we are seeing the damages in the real world. I'm seeing the damages in my community. We are seeing the damages, and it is coming to Utah. So please, please monitor your kids' internet access, and just take active time to not be on the internet, period. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Nybar.
Thank you for your comments. That was great. Very sincere and powerful. I first wanted to start off with thanking all the patrons who came. I agree with everything that's been said. Very articulate. I took a lot of notes. I especially wanted to mention a few things. I really appreciate the comment about the special ed students. I think that they are our most vulnerable population, and I really appreciated looking at how to make sure that those feeder systems are secure for them. I think that, combined with all the other comments about the difference in population with Park Lane and Granite, plus the home prices, I think we really do need to evaluate and look at it going the opposite way of what we're looking at. So I appreciate that. I thought the gentleman's comment about recusing ourselves, that's not something we've ever considered before, but something worth thoughtful discussion and roundtable, I believe, too, as the community has looked into that. I appreciated the respect with which he gave to our board member, who we all love and respect, Katie, and all the great influence she's had in the Granite community. And at the same time, still raising the question, like, is this the best process? So I really appreciated the way he was so respectful about that. I know that all of us up here try to do our very best to look at all the issues from every angle and to try to be as unbiased as possible. But I thought that was something we probably need to look at a little greater. I
because of recent events, both in public and private, I've found myself in kind of a timeout situation. I've decided to call these times my game time huddles. So I think the game time huddle is an important time to reevaluate what your game plan is. You may have to devise a new game plan. At that point, you may think about what it's going to take to finish playing the game. And for me, that's what happened with the events that happened here in our beautiful state that I was so sad about. Very tragic. I came up with a few things that I think are important in our education system. I really like what Jackson said. I think I like to think of when we look at technology, it's really a three-pronged process. I hope that in our schools, I know that we have some of this in our curriculum, but I really would love for us to strengthen this. Especially, I know in high school we talk about the students and the students are taught, I think it's in ELA, how to decipher information and fact check and make sure your resources are good ones and that the information you're receiving is true, and also to critically think through what the counter argument would be. But I think that we probably need to strengthen that. I think that even starting in elementary school, I think we can do a greater job of helping children understand the negative impacts that technology can have in their lives when they go into bad neighborhoods online. And I think that we can train them to turn off their device when they see something that's violent or damaging to their hearts and their minds and their souls. I think that we need to, we just barely had that committee work where we looked at screen usage in the classroom. And I proposed at that time that be a long-standing committee. Mrs. Oakes talked about our commitment to, she's talked about this before, and she mentioned it earlier tonight in one of the earlier presentations about AI. I think with all the development with AI and the different tools that we'll continue to be utilizing as we look at 21st century skills for these kids as they graduate, I would love to see technology usage to be a long-standing committee in this district so that we're committed to helping our students thrive in our digital world and also teach them how to navigate that digital world, how to critically think, how to think about, especially where the news sources are coming from. I just recently read a report that in one day, we receive enough content digitally that we could not absorb it in our lifetime. That's how much content is put out every single day. And so having some good jurisdiction with screen time usage in the classroom and making sure that it's relevant to their education, it's enhancing their education, and it's not taking away from personal interaction and developing good interpersonal skills, I think is very valuable, as well as looking at that. I also would love to see that we have greater conversations about respect and dignity for all people, especially those who think different than ourselves. I hope that's something that we're talking about in our Thrive Time, in any character education, in every classroom. I would love to see this year, and I would challenge our district and our state, this year in our schools, let this be a year of increased kindness and respect. In light of what happened, let's do all we can to crowd out the tragic events by an increase in kindness. I think we have a situation that's heartbreaking for the victim and for the victim's family. And I also think about the killer's family as well, how difficult it is to be his family member and see the rabbit hole that went, he went down through the internet and all of those things. It's devastating on all sides of it and senseless and so very sad. I think that as we look to the future, I think it's important that we also maintain perspective that separate, heinous, violent acts do not overshadow the collective good that we can celebrate all the good stories. And I love all that we've done, like that day of service with Sandy City, how we celebrated the 9/11 responders, first responders, all of those things. And I am so grateful that we keep putting that out there and that we can focus on that. Let's see, I had one other thing. I really appreciated, someone talked about, I thought it was the second patron that got up talked about how maybe it's okay to have it at capacity or just a little higher at first and see what happens with the movement. And I thought that was a great comment as well. I hope we really dive deep into, and I'm sure we will, and we'll discuss this at length, but there were some really good suggestions tonight. I agree with Mr. Wilcox that this process is so important, and I'm so grateful for those of you who showed up for the process. Very articulate, great points, and we listen and we hear you, and we will try to represent you and look at every angle of this as best as we can. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate all the comments by my fellow board members. I think they are very wise people, so I'm grateful that I get to work with them. I first want to bring up an item. Our last board meeting, we talked about the Sandy HTRZ, and we had decided we were going to send a letter to Sandy and also to the committee. And we have had a couple meetings with Sandy people since our last meeting. And I am now suggesting that we just send it to the Sandy City Council. So I just want to kind of ask you guys, if we didn't vote on this, so it's not something we voted on, but I just want to ask you if that is okay with you guys. Yes? Are you guys okay with that? Okay, so we'll move forward with that. And then also we know that Leon and Jackson will go and be voting members of that committee in the future. So thank you. Okay, so I just want to thank you parents for being here. I really appreciate that you brought suggestions, right, and ideas and also facts. And I actually, thought you brought up some good questions. So thank you, and we appreciate that. And we've gotten a lot of emails, I don't know, I haven't counted, but more than 100, I'm sure. Do you think so? I have a whole list because we have to answer. I have to answer them. We all have to answer them, but. We really do appreciate the input, and it is helpful because we don't know everything. We don't know everything in your school, in your area. So I also want to just thank the Jordan baseball parents for coming. I think the board, we are not aware of the situation, and I just want to tell them thank you for coming. And the PowerPoint was really helpful with the photos, so hopefully, I don't know who, maybe long-range planning can look into that and see what can be done. And then also I just want to remind the public that we do have, public hearings coming up and also future board meetings. So if you didn't get a chance to talk tonight, there are still many opportunities. So anyway, thank you again, and I will now call this meeting to a close.